All right, we'll get started. Do I have a motion to return to open session? Second. I have a motion and a second. Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Ms. Woods, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
It's a little loud.
Motion carries. I'd like to make a motion that we move the second action for the legal matter to our business meeting.
So moved.
Give me just one moment.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion I have is to add action out of closed session regarding the legal matter to the business meeting.
Correct.
Okay. And we had Ms. Franklin, correct?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chewbacca. Okay, so we have a motion. And a second. Did we have a second?
Any discussion? Yeah, we had a second.
Thank you. Okay, Ms.
All right.
Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the student matter from our closed session?
No. I make a motion to expel student A.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Woods, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight. As we begin tonight's meeting, I ask those in the audience to please silence your cell phones. The cell phone notifications can be distracting to others in the audience and to us up here at the board as we conduct our meeting. Thank you. Our student representatives this evening are Emma Whitaker from Auburn High School and Sam Woolsey from Blacksburg High School. I'm going to turn it over to you guys to read the mission, vision, and core values statement for us.
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentionally exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences.
The MCPS beliefs are as follows. All students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths. All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community. Relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Thank you both. And I'm going to come right back to you to see if you had any reports to share from your schools tonight.
Yes, the boys and girls track teams recently went to indoor track states. The girls team is the state runner-up, and the boys team is this year's champion. Specific events include Katja Kellenbeck in the high jump and Connor Rutherford in the mile. And we also recently had a Skills USA competition, and we had winners in lots of events, but those include first place in prepared speech, that's Nayusha Hudait, and we also had first place in extemporaneous writing, that's BB Trong, and we also had first place in technical drafting, that is Jacob Honecker. The band recently had a successful pre-assessment concert. We will have our concert assessment on Thursday of this week, and Audrey Deck, Eric Midkiff, Laura Prince, and Sam Woolsey were honored for their selection to the All Virginia Orchestra and Band. Laura and Sam were also recently selected to perform with the Honor Band of America. We also had a successful DECA competition with many first places. We had a Team 401 robotics competition where they got first place, and we also recently had a MAC academic competition team. We did a competition where we did very well. Science, math, and all around won first place there.
All right, thanks, Sam. Yeah.
At Auburn, our Math MAC team advanced to Super MAC, but they lost by 3 points. Our National Art Honor Society will hold their second community paint night this Friday at 6 p.m. The SCA held its Spring Blood Drive and had a great level of participation. Our choir and band students will go. Our choir students will have their assessment next weekend, while our band students will have assessment on Thursday. And we look forward to seeing how well they do. FFA will hold their Farmers Breakfast on March 21st, and it will be the first time we've held this since 2019 in person. We had 2 students from our swim and dive team advance to the state meet. Both placed in the top 8. Kate Hamilton placed second in the 200 individual medley, and Kendra Skaggs placed 5th in the dive portion of the competition. 35 of our students qualified for the FBLA State Conference. It'll be at the end of March. This is the largest number of AHS students to ever qualify. Everyone who participated in the regional conference advanced to the state conference. AHS also had 4 students participate in the State Ed Rising Conference this past weekend. We had kids participate in children's literature, public speaking, and interactive bulletin boards. Lauren Bittinger placed 3rd in public speaking in the state. And our sports have started. Our first official game of the spring season is Monday, March 13th. We will start offering the ASVAB Career Exploration Test to students on March 22nd. Our boys basketball team lost a close game last night to George Wythe in the state semifinals. And our girls indoor track team placed 6th in state. And then several SCT students will attend an upcoming field trip to the Truman Lumber and Row Furniture. And our forensics team had 12 students compete in the super regional tournament last weekend.
Fantastic. You guys have a lot going on in your schools. Thank you for those reports. All right, next on the agenda is some recognitions. We have a recognition of our first graduates of the MCPS AMPS program. Dr. Reagan.
No. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes. My husband tells me I talk too close, so I'll stand back. Tonight, Dr. Schultz and I are very excited to honor some very important teachers today, as well as some of our staff members who have helped to instruct them. So we're pleased to announce today that on January 25th, 2023, our first cohort of teachers successfully completed the MCPS Alternative Model for Professional Studies. We call it AMPS. Approved by the Virginia Department of Education in 2019, the MCPS AMPS program provides provisionally licensed teachers with job-embedded professional learning experiences focused on the most essential components of becoming an effective teacher. Teachers who complete our 30-month AMPS program meet the professional studies requirements for a full Virginia teaching license, equivalent to up to 6 college courses. AMPS in Montgomery County is the first program of its kind in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we are proud to recognize our amazing first cohorts of graduates. We're going to call their name and ask them if they have family to come forward with them and accept a certificate and an apple. First, we have Miss Adriana Phillips. Adriana is a health and medical science teacher at Christiansburg High School. Camera, there we go. You get in the middle. Okay, I get in the middle. Yeah, come back, come on in.
I want to get out of it.
There you go.
I'm being back.
That's good.
Good duck. The second teacher we'd like to recognize tonight is Mrs. Adrian Smith, also a health and medical science teacher. Ms. Smith teaches at Auburn and Eastern Montgomery High Schools.
My family's doing homework.
Good for them, yeah.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to recognize Ms. Kelly Woodyard, who is an American Sign Language teacher at Christiansburg High School. Thank you. Absolutely. We are so proud of the amazing accomplishment of these teachers. We do want to also recognize our outstanding AMPS instructors, without whom this project would have never been realized. MCPS is truly fortunate to have these amazing instructional leaders who have dedicated countless hours to building and delivering the highest quality professional learning experiences available. I'll call them all up. If everybody would hold their applause, we'll call them all and then do one picture together. Jessica Shannon teaches culinary arts at Christiansburg High School. Stacy Treadway is an instructional coach at Christiansburg Primary School. Jennifer Wall is an administrator of mathematics curriculum at the school board office. Kristen Kabler is an instructional coach at Price's Fork Elementary School. Maureen Powers is assistant principal at Blacksburg High School. Lee Bortz is instructional coach at Christiansburg Elementary School. Dr. Amanda Widener is the Assistant Director of Human Resources. Mark Husband is the Director of Career and Technical Learning and Virtual Education. Julie Kraft is the Supervisor of Instructional Technology. We also have several leaders who play key roles in the AMPS program, and that's Mrs. Marcia Settle, who is the Administrator of Professional Development, and Dr. Jonathan Schultz, Supervisor of Innovation and Grants. This group are the people who prepared the 30-month program and have provided the instruction to those teachers, and they are wonderful representatives of Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you all for all of your commitment to AMPS. And if I could, just one last round of applause for those three teachers.
Thank you all so much, and thank you, Annie, for your work in that program, too. All right, next item is our March Seniors of the Month, so principals, take it away.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Bragan. It is my pleasure to present to you Auburn High School's Senior of the Month. This evening, I'd like to recognize Kelsey Gross-Close as Auburn High School's March Senior of the Month. Kelsey is here tonight with her family. I'd like to invite them to come up and join me. And if I could just take a brief moment and read a message from one of our staff members highlighting what an outstanding student Kelsey is. Kelsey Gross-Close is a superb student who excels in the world of visual arts. Kelsey has shown her leadership quality by being voted in as the National Art Honor Society president this year. She has worked on painting a school mural for the club, and she has instructed and led the club's community paint night with over 40 adult students in participation. Kelsey is well-rounded, finding time to participate in multiple sports. Kelsey also participates in FBLA and played a lead role in the drama club's play this winter, all while maintaining her academics. Congratulations, Kelsey.
Good evening, school board members. Dr. Bragan, it is my honor to present to you Erica Miyazaki as the March Senior of the Month for Blacksburg High School. At this time, I'd like to invite Erica and her family to join me. Erica, here's what one of your teachers had to say about you. Erica Miyazaki is a superb student. Erica is all the nice things one could ever think of to say about a student. She is hardworking, consistent, invested in the school community, and always has a positive attitude. During her high school career, Erica has taken 22 honors AP or DE classes and has straight A's, which calculates to a 4.41 GPA. Not to mention, Erica is also a local celebrity who can sometimes be seen downtown wearing a hot dog costume. If you happen to see her around, just know that you are looking at one of Blacksburg's stars. After graduation, Erica plans to attend UVA and major in nursing. Congratulations, Erica.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bragan. It is my pleasure to introduce the March Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School, Juliana Sophia Rosso. Will Juliana and her family please come forward? Juliana has a lot of honors that I could probably stay here for a little while and recite. However, I would like to mention that she's on the Dean's List at New River Community College, that she's also Christiansburg High School's Harry F. Byrd Scholarship candidate, and she's also received the most outstanding thespian for Troop 3070. When asked by some of her teachers to describe Juliana, they said, "Juliana is one of the most thoughtful, kind hearts I've ever known. She shows true concern for others and does all in her power to make those around her better. She is an excellent contributor to class discussions and is always thoughtful with her comments. She is a consistent bright spot for many teachers and students, always being respectful and cheerful. If we had more Juliana Rossos in the world, it would be a far better place." After graduating from Christiansburg High School, and I do know of one school in particular that she's interested in, but that's another story, and I'm excited about that. She plans to attend a four-year school to study marine science. Once again, I introduce to you Juliana Sophia Rosso.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Bregan. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to recognize the March Senior of the Month for Eastern Montgomery High School, Eder Mateo Vasconcelos. Eder is here with his family, and I would like to ask them to come forward at this time. To illustrate why Eder was selected, I will read a quote by Jenny Brown, one of Eder's teachers. Ms. Brown states, "When Eder entered high school in the 9th grade, he was a delightful, goal-oriented young man with clear dreams of a successful future. Through the last 4 years, he has worked hard academically to perform his best, even with the most difficult tasks. He isn't one to settle with just getting by." Eder is an active participant in classes, and his ideas and opinions always enhance the quality of class discussions. He is a student who fully takes advantage of educational opportunities in that he genuinely wants to absorb all the knowledge his teachers have to offer him. Eder is a caring friend, student, and family member. His kindness is genuine. He is involved in various athletic teams and special interest clubs. As a senior, Eder is undoubtedly one of the most respectful, confident, and well-rounded students at EMHS, and he will go very far in his post-secondary endeavors. Please join me in congratulating Eder as the EMHS Senior of the Month.
All right, thank you all so much. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break so that the board has a chance to circle around and come down and personally congratulate some of our seniors and our other honorees tonight. So if you feel comfortable, please stick around. We'd love to. I'm sorry? Yeah, we're going to walk around.
So we did.
No.
We did last time.
We'll come through that door and meet you at the front. Thanks. Right. Sue Cass to the dais, please. Dana Parton to the dais, please.
They don't have their call. That was good. That was good.
Sometimes you have to take a step back to take a step two forward, right? All right. I was thinking more like grocery store, not dad, grocery store manager. All right. All right, we're good. All right. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about educational matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Woods will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county that you live in. And the first speakers are Crow Sindelar and Katie Seidemann.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Crow Sindelar, and I live in Blacksburg. I'm here tonight because my friends and I are in danger. For months, we have lived under the threat of the removal of our rights with the governor's transphobic model policy. We are scared. We are confused. We have little information and don't expect to receive any soon. The policy could be implemented any day with no warning. There is even a possibility that it will go into effect in the next few weeks. We could go to school tomorrow and find that we can't use our own restroom. How terrifying is that? We asked the board to reject the model policy from Montgomery County. I ask this of you as a student and a child. I'm not a parent raging for their kids' classmates to have their rights taken away. I'm not a cisgender adult who's never met a trans person arguing about what they should call themselves. I'm a young member of the LGBTQ+ community and a non-binary person. Most of my friends are queer and trans. I listen to them tell me what they want from schools. I know what genderqueer youth go through. I have been misgendered and dead-named in school, and I have heard others have the same happen to them. Trans kids do not deserve this. No one deserves to have their identities invalidated. I know that this is going to be difficult to become used to. Many of you did not grow up in a time when being trans was familiar or accepted. There is no new, dangerous explosion of trans people. More kids are coming out today because it's a safer and easier place to find information about being trans. But 2023 is hardly perfect when it comes to the queer community. The model policy is a good example of that. We have to remember that it's okay not to understand something. Sometimes it's useful to have someone explain it to us. I wasn't always an expert on queer issues. We all have to learn first. But there is something that I still don't get. Why is it that when so many of you don't understand something, your first instinct is to attack it, to eradicate the very idea of it, to even make it illegal? I am still young, and there are many things that I don't comprehend. But I believe that as long as something isn't harmful, I can excuse myself and let experts deal with it. The model policy was not written by or even consulted by experts. It is not enough to say that you do not believe in being trans, or that you think there are two indisputable genders. That does not constitute making our very existence illegal. It isn't fair, and it isn't right. We are children. We're still figuring out the world and our place in it. Experts say that letting us express our gender how we want increases our comfort and happiness. Forcing us to adhere to your ideals and shove aside our real feelings sharply increases our risk of depression and suicide. 1 in 5 trans children attempted suicide in 2022, which I've shared before, but it bears repeating. Tens of thousands of trans kids in our country alone felt that they had no option but to take their own life. We can't allow this to continue because no one knows us better than ourselves, certainly not lawmakers who have never met us. Please, reject the model policies from Montgomery County. We need you. Thanks.
Thank you, Crow. Please no applause. Next up is Katie Seidemann, and after that is Liz Stair.
Good evening. My name is Katie Seidemann, and I live in Christiansburg. I'm also a music teacher at AHS, AMS, and EMHS. I'm here tonight to continue to voice my support for the right of MCPS employees to collectively bargain their contracts. I would also like to reiterate a few facts to combat the disinformation surrounding the topic. 1, collective bargaining does not and cannot raise taxes in Montgomery County. Negotiations concerning the budget would only take into consideration what money is already in the MCPS budget. The MCEA is not an outside agent, bargaining on behalf of our MCPS employees. The MCEA is our teachers, ESPs, bus drivers, librarians, etc., who work in our schools every day, including today. The MCEA is MCPS employees working for MCPS employees. 3, employee wages are not the only thing being brought to the negotiating table. While this is absolutely a concern, this is not our only concern, and it is not even our most pressing concern. There are battles to fight and hurdles to jump that school employees manage daily that have nothing to do with how much we get paid, all for the love of working with our students. But just because we love our students, does that mean that we deserve working conditions that are any more restrictive, any less respectful, any more overwhelming, or any less fulfilling than anyone else? Collective bargaining is critical to increased employee retention and increased employee morale. This is not a time to kick the can down the road until the timing is right. Our MCPS employees have been and continue to work without a say in the decisions being made for them and about them. And honestly, we are reaching our breaking point. The great migration of teachers and ESPs from our schools is happening right now, and the best way to keep our employees is to include them. My colleagues and I deserve the right to have a seat at the table where decisions are being made about our jobs, about our working conditions, and about the working conditions of our coworkers, and about the learning conditions of our students. The best solutions are developed when people work collaboratively. Collective bargaining affords us that collaborative opportunity to create better working conditions for all MCPS employees, and as a result, create better learning conditions for our students. Now is the time to approve collective bargaining for all MCPS employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Katie. Y'all, please keep the applause down. Liz Stair, and then after that is Glenn Chilcote.
Hi, good evening, Chair Chewbacca and members of the board. My name is Liz Stair. I live in Christiansburg, and I am a music teacher in Blacksburg and Christiansburg. I fully support collective bargaining for all employee groups of MCPS. I work weekly with roughly 400 students. I'm often able to have firsthand insight into what is working well, and other times what needs some adjustments to best serve our students. It just makes sense that we have an official forum to share what we are seeing as respected professionals, a place where we can come together to communicate our students and professional needs, collaborate on best practice policies, and compromise when needed. A true seat at the table. We are asking for the members of the board to support us to negotiate parts of our contracts to improve our working conditions and in turn our students' learning conditions. Let's work together to reach our full potential, to make MCPS the best it can be. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Liz. All right, next we have Glenn Chilcote, and after that, Don Upham.
Chair Chewbacca, and members of the board. My name is Glenn Chilcote, and I live in Blacksburg. I want to take a few minutes to discuss why collective bargaining is so important for the educators in Montgomery County. First and foremost, collective bargaining gives educators and education support professionals a meaningful seat at the table. Teachers and education support professionals are the ones in the classroom day in and day out. They're working directly with students. We know what our students need. We know what works and we know what doesn't. We know what the resources are that work, and it's only fair that the educators that know the students' names can be allowed to collaborate on matters that affect them and their students. Secondly, educators' working conditions are students' learning conditions. It's a simple equation, really. When teachers and education support professionals have the tools and resources they need, students thrive. And lastly, the argument that teachers have it good and should not be seeking a meaningful seat at the table is unproductive and, quite frankly, disrespectful. Yes, there are many things about MCPS that is absolutely fantastic, but that doesn't mean we can't work to make things even better. And most importantly, collective bargaining is about giving a voice to the people who are held accountable for educating our children. So to anyone that thinks we are ungrateful, shame on you. We are very grateful of all the wonderful things that MCPS does for us. But nothing is better than having a voice. In regard to the resolution that was written by your attorney, and which we, the MCEA, support, we are asking you to consider 3 changes. First, instead of only being able to negotiate 2 items, we ask that this be increased in order to represent all employees. We are committed to the collaborative process, and we want to work with your representatives to find our shared interests and choose potential topics through dialogue and collaboration. This is a two-way street. You can say, we want to negotiate this, vice versa. It is a team effort. Secondly, we ask that support professional group can be separated based on job description. This is very common in collective bargaining agreements. And lastly, Section 7, letter B, number 4, we're asking that you emphasize the purpose of collective bargaining. Please feel free to call me back up and answer any questions or allow me to explain in more detail the items that I have just listed. Finally, if you are here tonight and you support collective bargaining, please stand up.
Mr. Chilcote, your time is up. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Don Upham, and after Mr. Upham, we have Janice Upham.
Janice is not feeling well this evening,
Okay.
so we can skip over.
Okay, thank you. So then after Don will be Amy Cooper. Thank you.
My name is Don Upham, and I live in Reinhardt. Research conducted in 2021 points out that the Bible is the best-selling and most distributed book of all time, with the total number sold and distributed probably between 5 and 7 billion copies. Have you read it? It was the first book printed at the invention of Gutenberg's movable type printing press in 1452. Have you read it? It's full of history and poetry, instruction and correction, fulfilled prophecies and those yet to be fulfilled, good news and warnings, life and death, promises and covenants, blessings and curses. Have you read it? The founding documents of this nation are based on a belief and trust in the God of the Christian Bible. It was the first textbook used in this land to train children in reading and writing and moral character during the 1600s and 1700s. Other textbooks still contain biblical narratives and scripture even as recently as the mid-1900s. Have you read it? The laws and covenants in the first 5 books of the Bible have formed the basis for justice systems and laws in many nations around the world. And we are warned in Deuteronomy chapter 28, now it shall be if you diligently obey the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments, which I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. Have you read the blessings that will follow those who obey the commandments of the Lord God? Have you read the curses that will inflict those who do not obey? There's another warning in the 6th chapter of the first letter of church at Corinth, contained in the New Testament. Or do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you. But you have been sanctified, you've been justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and in the Spirit of our God. Have you read that? In the book of Matthew, chapter 18, Jesus called a child to himself and set him before the people and said, "Truly I say to you, unless you are converted," and that word means to repent or turn your life around, "and become like a child, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." Then Jesus further warns, "But whoever causes one of these little ones to stumble who believe in me, it is better for him that a heavy millstone be hung around his neck and they be drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world because of its stumbling blocks, for it is inevitable that stumbling blocks come, but woe to the man through whom stumbling blocks come." Have you read the book?
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Folks, please no applause. I've asked several times. All right, Amy Cooper is next, and then after Ms. Cooper, we have Stevie Bowman.
Good evening. I'm going to ask anybody that's 18 years old and down, they'll probably have to step out because of the material I'm going to be reading from the school library, the book. So if you have children or you're listening via web, I just want to encourage you that this is going to be graphic.
Ma'am, I don't think that you can read graphic
Yes, I
things
can.
here. I don't believe
Yes.
that that's allowed.
So you allow pornographic books in our schools, but I can't read it?
I'm just saying it depends on the audience, and for this audience, that's not allowed.
I disagree. So I'm going to proceed.
Well, I'm the one running the meeting, ma'am, and I'm
You-
telling you that you can
You don't
proceed,
have the
but
authority.
I think actually I do.
Okay, so you
And the
support...
board has the authority.
Okay,
Board?
so you support pornographic imaging and pictures in your schools? Because my children, I have one that goes to school at MCPS.
I'm sorry.
It's in the library. Yes, sir. Maybe you need to check your library. The libraries don't even have a policy. Okay, well, I was doing that for law reasons because of what's in here. Okay, so I'll just read. Okay, who wants my hot wiener? Oh, yeah, baby, put it right in my bun. This is one of the books in there. So, yeah, I'm reading straight from the book, Miss Cass.
Are you reading, like, you're taking excerpts?
Yeah, I can take you through the whole book if you like. You're supposed to let me speak, though, and my time is clicking. So do you want to restart my time, please? Out of respect.
Restart our time. Please, Brenda.
And I'm not being defiant. I'm just saying, as a parent in the county, I'm bothered by the curriculum that sits in our libraries. Our libraries are not really, they're not monitored. And so all I'm doing is just wanting to ask you, we have an internet policy that says we're not allowed to have our students look at porn and other stuff, and I signed off on that. But this is the book that's in there, and we're okay with letting it sit in our school libraries. That shouldn't be. Anyway, so I will just proceed. Another one is there is people naked in the shower, and I'm looking at the picture right now. I'll continue to proceed with this. Also, it says, speaking of a time for my hairy ass contest, and then there's a bunch of boys naked, and one's down by the other man's pecker, right? Okay, so this is not okay to me. And then we have where a boy says, ooh, yeah, I don't think I figured out what taking care of business means. The other kid says, we're each going to bust a load in this bottle. If you don't want to come, you have to drink it. Another one is the gentleman is sitting there, and he is looking at his dad's TV, and he said, why is this so much hair? Those dicks are so big. The other one says, oh yeah, the sensation I get. And then the other picture is another he has his hand down his pants jacking off. And so I just want to bring this to attention because we have these books, and pornography is a printed or visual material containing the illicit description or display of sexual organs or activities. Obscenity is a portrayal or description of sexual matters offensive or disgusting and offensive to moral principle. Illicit content forbidden by law. This should not be in our libraries, and there's several more. And so I just want to say, the acceptance, use, and internet policy, which all students and parents must sign, which I did, this can be found under section 6-3.13, and I have it right here in our policy manual. Number 11 on the student agreement, I will never use internet to send or obtain pornographic or inappropriate materials or on file, but we have books that are pornographic in our libraries. And I think the damages that pornography do leads to a bunch of different things as students age and they age out of the system. And so I know, and I want to say this, we have some incredible teachers, and I really believe our teachers and administrators don't know that some of these books are in there. There's no monitoring on the libraries. And so all I'm asking tonight is that there would be a policy put in place that parents would be able to be made aware of, and also that maybe, because in Salem and in Roanoke, they also have a screening process in the schools. So when a book flashes up and if the parent is not okay with that, they can click on that and say, young man, young woman, you need to go find another book. So that's all I'm asking for tonight. And I'm just asking that we say engage, encourage, and empower. This book is not engaging in the correct moral manner, and this is demoralizing, in my opinion. This encourages pornography use in students' lives, and this empowers our children and students in the wrong way. And if we're all about that, we want positive reinforcement. And so I just say on that note, I'm just wanting to leave you with this. Pornography can be damaging to a student's moral compass, potentially leading them to an act out sexually against others, commit an act of molestation or sexual violence. A child's brain isn't fully developed. Researchers show that the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until the age of 25.
Ms. Cooper,
Thank
your
you.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Chair, I think we need to make a comment about the crowd, please, because
Folks,
it's ridiculous.
when someone else is speaking, we asked earlier that you not be distracting with cell phones, but giggling and laughing and applause and things like that, we've asked multiple times to please refrain, okay? All right, next up is Stevie Bowman, and after that, Lowell Bowman.
Good evening. My name is Stevie Bowman. I'm the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty, and I live in Reiner. I am here tonight to speak out against a collective bargaining agreement, even if the scope of the agreement is strictly pertaining to working conditions and safety. I am a former public school teacher myself, and I understand the many issues teachers face, especially safety concerns. As a teacher, my safety was compromised multiple times, including when a student threw a desk at me. I think we can all agree that the safety of our teachers and students is a top priority. However, a collective bargaining agreement is not the solution. Our schools can only be safe with strong leadership. This includes a good working relationship with law enforcement, having a school resource officer in every one of our schools, and a zero-tolerance discipline policy. If a student commits a crime, they should lose their privilege to be in our schools. Another concern is that this collective bargaining agreement will be used to close our schools, force mask mandates and vaccine mandates for the sake of teacher safety. Teacher unions across the country used their power during the COVID pandemic to keep schools closed. 2 years later, we are still seeing the effects of these school closures. Student achievement is down, even here in Montgomery County, where schools were not shut down nearly as long as many schools in our country who had teachers' unions advocating for virtual learning. Collective bargaining, teachers' union, whatever you want to call it, will strip away the rights of Montgomery County parents if we should have another pandemic. Parents would not get a say in whether or not schools close or if their child will be forced to wear a mask or to be vaccinated in order to attend school. Our schools can never shut down again like they did during COVID. Our children should never be forced to wear masks ever again. We have a new superintendent, Dr. Bragan, who has an open door policy. Teachers, this is your seat at the table. Make an appointment with him, go talk to him, give him an opportunity to be a strong leader and to keep our schools safe. Parents, there are 4 school board seats on the ballot in November. Do your research, meet the candidates, and vote accordingly because your rights are on the ballot this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Next, we have Lowell Bowman, and after that, Kelly Brennan.
Good evening. Good evening. members of the board. My name is Lowell Bowman. I live in Reiner, Virginia. We have some truly great teachers here in Montgomery County. I know I have been campaigning all over the county, and I have met a lot of them. And what I'm hearing them say is that they don't have enough dedicated planning time. They go to meeting after meeting and training after training. It seems to me that these issues should be able to be addressed by the board and the administration and should not require the formation of a union. Therefore, I would urge this board to vote against collective bargaining for one simple reason, and that is we the people. We the people have elected you, the school board, to make decisions that affect our children because you are elected by us and you are accountable to us, to everyone in this room, your friends, your neighbors. The process of open and transparent accountability is how decisions should be made regarding our children, not in back rooms with unelected union leaders. A union, if allowed, would have the power to affect the decisions that are made regarding our children. This would infringe on our parental rights. We, the people, are the ones that should have that power. Union leadership is not elected by the people and is not accountable to the people. The teachers here tonight clearly are not happy. So go talk to them and work with them on finding solutions to their problems. In the meantime, don't give away any of our rights as parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Next is Kelly Brennan, and after that, Corolla Haas.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Brennan, and I live in Reiner. I'm here tonight to present to you a findings report from a civic inquiry conducted by concerned citizens of Montgomery County regarding the 2022 adoption of and implementation of StudySync. This 46-page report contains 226 pages of supporting exhibits that demonstrate the workings of an authoritarian administrative culture at odds with the core values and principles of Montgomery County Public Schools. Launched last October, the inquiry relied on hundreds of public records provided by the school division under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. The failings revealed through this inquiry include and go beyond a manifestly mismanaged textbook implementation and show that division senior administrators sought to codify a de facto policy which it had instituted at the primary education level 3 years ago while implementing a new ELA curriculum called Benchmark and apply that policy division-wide. Records obtained through Virginia FOIA demonstrate that MCPS administrators devised this plan to achieve two goals. The first was to revoke an authority contained in MCPS's official textbooks and instructional materials, policy 6-5.5. Under this policy, teachers are authorized to select appropriate instructional materials for individual classroom use. Administrators who sought to rescind this authority described it disparagingly as teacher autonomy. The second aim related to the first was to use the textbook adoption process to regulate and restrict the use of novels across the division. In their bid to curtail autonomy and regulate novels, administrators misconstrued state law to nullify provisions in policy 6-5.5, forbade ELA teachers from using established curriculum and instructional materials such as novels, and required these teachers to teach almost exclusively from StudySync. Furthermore, these administrators threatened the school board with the false claim that the school system would lose state funding if it resisted. Unilaterally rewrote policy 6-5.5 to ensure that teacher autonomy was revoked and engaged in an assortment of tactics unbecoming of public educators, including deceit, coercion, surveillance, and intimidation. All the while, administrators showed a callous disregard for the consequences of their actions for teachers, staff, administrators, volunteers, community members, parents, and not least of all, students. This inquiry has revealed an institutional culture at profound odds with the behavior, aspirations, values, and principles of MCPS. It is a culture in need of deep transformation. Concerned citizens of Montgomery County ask this board to undertake this transformational work and to begin by holding administrators involved in this scheme to account, such that stakeholders are treated with dignity and respect, and so that we may fully accomplish the mission and vision of MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Next is Corolla Haas, and after that, Crystal Fentress.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carola Haas from Reiner, Virginia. On my way here, I got a message from another Auburn parent saying, thank you so much for speaking and representing us. But I have to comment that to me it's really offensive to hear a parent imply that our teachers are too lazy to work, and that's why they want a collective bargaining agreement, that they just want to shut down the schools. I'm sorry, that's really offensive. And it's really offensive to me that a parent would stand up here and say that her moral objections should prohibit my child and any child from reading books in the school. I mean, if sex is the thing that she doesn't like, where do you think children came from? What if I stood up here and said, I don't think our library should have any books about children because how disgusting that is, right? If there's anything about children, they must have come from that terrible thing that is also mentioned in the Bible, so let's not have that book in our building too. And it's offensive to me to have somebody standing up here implying that most of us have never read the Bible. I've read the Bible in the original Greek. Would you allow me to have a book in the library that was in Greek? Or perhaps not, because it might mention something about hair. I'm sorry, folks. Like, we are here to have a school to work together and to support our children and to support our students, and this implication that people have some ulterior motive. I mean, why do you think the teachers come to work every day? Why do you think the teachers come to work every day? They want to serve our students. They want to serve our community. I appreciate them. I appreciate all of you. You all stay here late. I know we often have disagreements, but you all come twice a month, stay here late. I appreciate you. We're here to try to serve a common good. The report that you just heard from the concerned citizens about the abuse of the former administration towards some of the teachers is part of what has triggered this need for collective bargaining. And if we had a collective bargaining agreement, I think there's a good chance that many of this could come to the table more clearly, that there would be more trust because there would be more communication. So I strongly urge you to please vote to support the MCEA's position for collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haas. And before Ms. Fentress comes up, I believe we are at our 30-minute limit. So, board, we need a motion to extend if it's the will of the board. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Woods, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, next speaker is Crystal Fentress. After that, Matthew Fentress.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Crystal Fentress, and I reside in Christiansburg. My husband and I both teach in the county. Our oldest daughter is a special education aide in the county, and our other 2 children attend MCPS at Christiansburg Middle and Christiansburg High School. We as a family are fully invested in Montgomery County Public Schools. I want to share with you that my family feels that it is important for MCPS employees to have a meaningful seat at the table. A union can be defined as we as employees and you as elected board members working as colleagues, coming together to empower each other in a collective way, and that is powerful. I 100% support collective bargaining as a way forward for Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fentress. Next is Matthew Fentress, and after Mr. Fentress is Annie Chilcote.
Good evening. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Matthew Fentress. I reside in Christiansburg, Virginia. Over the past couple of years, there has been talk of Montgomery County school employees being able to collectively bargain. An overwhelming majority of staff, union members, parents, and even some students have spoken in support of collective bargaining. Students, their families, and staff have it pretty good here in Montgomery County Public Schools. But isn't it all right to take what is going well and strive to make it even better? If a student is reading on grade level, don't you expect me to help them to continue to reach past their horizons? This is true for our schools as well. Don't we want schools that will give our children a better life than what we had as parents when we were growing up? There are the simple ideas that give birth to this American dream that we all share. These American ideas are union ideas. Collective bargaining is giving staff a meaningful seat at the table. Supporting collective bargaining sends the staff a message that you trust them as professionals. A collective public education employer will better serve students in the community by negotiating in good faith with its employees. To quote President Ronald Reagan, "Where free unions and collective bargaining are forbidden, freedom is lost." Please give our staff the freedom to collectively work towards a stronger future for our students and staff. Everyone has an agenda that gets up here and speaks, and our agenda is pretty simple. We work towards better learning conditions for our students and working conditions for staff. When the morale of students and staff is low, we come to you as a partner. When there were issues with COVID, we came to you to collaborate on safety. When there were concerns about the curriculum, our union came to you to share our experience. Those who choose not to listen only hear us complain. Those who choose to support the staff's united dialogue see us as professionals, striving for solutions. Collective bargaining is the means to our shared success. As school board members, supporting collective bargaining acknowledges that educators and staff working conditions are students' learning conditions. That's it. By addressing school and classroom issues together, everyone wins. Please support collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. Next up is Annie Chilcote, and after that, Sarah Rupp.
Hello, my name is Annie Chilcote, and I live in Blacksburg. Before I begin, I prepared my remarks last night, and I looked at my husband, and I said, do I even want to say any of this stuff? Because I don't want to make anybody mad. I don't want to make you all mad. I don't want anybody to be mad at us or mad at teachers, and I should not feel that way, but I do. And I'm sure that if you spoke to some other people, they would tell you the same thing too. I love my job and I love my students. I love teaching music. And that doesn't mean that me or anyone else who gets up here to respectfully advocate and speak up for ourselves and our colleagues should not receive the same respect in return. So that being said, I'm here today in support of collective bargaining. And to be honest, it's kind of frustrating that I'm here because you all have had this on your plates for over a year. I no longer, unfortunately, buy the argument that we need to talk about it more. We don't know enough about it. It's new. I think that you all probably have resources as an elected board that you can reach out and get the answers that you need. And it's been a while. I feel that this is just another example of educators and ESPs coming to decision makers and advocating and saying this is something that has the opportunity to make our jobs a little bit easier and our students' education a little bit better, and we are not being listened to. We are being heard, but we are not being listened to, and there is a difference. I pulled support for collective bargaining from our very own strategic plan and mission statement. One of the parameters with which the division will achieve our mission is that we will practice and promote open, honest, and transparent communication with all stakeholders. The beliefs of our mission are, quote, inviolable principles. Inviolable is defined as never to be broken, infringed, or dishonored. And unfortunately, at this moment, I think these particular items bear reminding. Belief 3, every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Number 4, kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. Number 8, honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. And number 9, open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Collective bargaining is a way to make sure everyone who is tasked with providing our students an education has their voice listened to and valued and respected. The last piece I will pull from the strategic plan comes from our equity statement. We will promote social and emotional well-being and ensure individuals have the ability to self-advocate and influence decisions affecting them. What better way to achieve that than finally moving forward with collective bargaining? I appreciate you and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chilcote. Next up is Sarah Rupp, and after that, Chris Obenchain.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Bragan, teachers, staff, families, and students. My name is Sarah Rupp. I live in Craig County. However, I teach at Blacksburg High School. I'm an English teacher. For 2.5 years, I was also an aide. I'm here tonight to support collective bargaining. I believe every worker deserves the right to have a seat at the table to tell you how we can make the students in Montgomery County's learning experience better. We have wonderful staff, wonderful teachers, and everyone there deserves the right to participate in how their workplace is run. So our contracts, they can be improved, and we can bring more to the table by having better workplaces. And I'm a happy teacher. I love my job. I'm excited to be here tonight, but I just want us to go forward with collective bargaining. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Roop. Next is Chris Obenchain, and after Mr. Obenchain is Alicia Vaught.
Good evening. My name is Chris Obenchain. I'm a dad from Blacksburg, and I'm here to ask you to oppose collective bargaining for Montgomery County Public Schools. Since one of the pro-union speakers quoted Ronald Reagan, I'm going to quote Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who wrote in 1937 that the process of collective bargaining cannot be transplanted into the public service. I agree. The idea that our schools and our children would be held hostage and unable to learn due to a potential impasse between the union representatives and the school board is unthinkable. And to invite such a potential problem into our schools is frankly irresponsible. The union representatives have repeatedly attempted to frame this debate as merely giving employees a seat at the table. That rhetoric is false on its face. The fact that this resolution is even on the agenda tonight shows that these employees already have a seat at the table. In fact, what I've seen over the years attending and watching these meetings is that employees of the public schools have more influence on this board than virtually any other group. So what, in fact, would collective bargaining achieve? It won't improve academic performance. It won't improve discipline in our schools. It won't ensure that our kids have the skills they need to succeed in life. And it certainly won't protect them from having political ideology shoved down their throats. Those are the things that parents in Montgomery County are worried about. In fact, there are a few things that we know collective bargaining will do. One is it will divert valuable resources from the classroom to pay for the costs of negotiation. Two, it will force employees to pay out of their own paycheck for something they may not even want or need unless they proactively opt out. That is in the resolution. Third, it will deny a seat at the table and a voice for parents, for students, for taxpayers, and really for anyone who's not a designated union representative to talk about a wide array of issues that are important to our schools. That is what collective bargaining would do. So many people talk about what great schools we have here in Montgomery County, and we do. So my question for this board is, why would the board jeopardize all the hard work that's been done over the years to build this school system by handing over control to a self-interested union and eliminating the collaborative, community-based school system that we have today? It makes no sense. And I urge this board to reject collective bargaining as not in the best interests of the parents, the teachers, the students, or the taxpayers of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Obenchain. Next up is Alicia Vaught, and after Ms. Vaught is Jenny Perfader. I hope I said that right. Perfader. Sorry about that. Is Ms. Vaught here?
Ms. Vaught wasn't in time to be electronic, so we followed up with her and let her know that she could be in person. And we didn't hear back from her this afternoon, so we didn't want to remove her from the list in case she showed up.
Okay. Thank you. So then next up is Jenny Perfader. Did I say? Perfader. Okay, I did say that right. Perfader, second time. And then after that is Joanne Price.
Hello, my name is Jenny Perfader. I live in Blacksburg, and I'm with Moms for Liberty. I was a teacher for 9 years, but I resigned from my teaching position in October of 2022. It was an incredibly difficult decision because I still love teaching, and that's where my heart was. But I knew I could not stand before God one day having stayed silent while this iniquity raged against our children. My transfer transformation from staunch public school supporter to school choice advocate was a something that happened slowly. It began when I noticed that the NEA magazines I was receiving always swayed against my personal beliefs. That prompted me to dig deeper into the NEA and VEA. Here are some things I learned, according to their own resolution. On page 86, they support automatic voter online same-day registration without restrictive residency provisions or restrictive identification requirements. These are, you're going to find out most of these have nothing to do within the scope of education. Healthcare, they believe that in a universal healthcare system, with religion, the association believes in a total separation of church and state and opposes requiring students to have a moment of silence to pray in the morning. On page 93, the association believes in family planning and reproductive health, which includes the right to abortion. They also support the implementation of community-operated school-based family planning clinics. On page 95, they support banning assault weapons, limiting capacity of magazines, and creating a national database for all gun sales. On page 98, the association believes that in order to achieve racial and social justice, educators must acknowledge the existence of white supremacy culture as the primary root cause of institutional racism, structural racism, and white privilege. Further, the association believes that white privilege exists regardless of wealth, gender, or any other factors. In other words, white people, no matter the struggle in life, are inherently privileged. During COVID, I was fighting for schools to remain open and for children and teachers to not have to wear masks. But the Education Association was fighting to keep schools closed and to enforce mask mandates, among other things. I was paying for a seat at the table, but I didn't get one. They only represented very liberal teachers and their ideology. They did not support conservative teachers like myself. Parents, when you hear them say they're only allowing collective bargaining for safety and working conditions, remember all of this over the past few years has been done in the name of safety. They closed schools and masked your children all in the name of safety. This is why we cannot allow MCEA to have any more power than they already have. School board members, I encourage you to vote no on any collective bargaining measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perfader. Next up is Joanne Price, and after that, Bob Beard.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I'm Joanne Price, Blacksburg. Policy 5-3.4 states, the Montgomery County School Board recognizes the rights of its employees to engage in political activity. Employees may solicit support for political candidates or political issues outside regular work hours and off school property. School employees engaging in political activity must make it clear that their views and actions are made as individuals and they do not represent the views of the school division. No employee shall use his or her position in the school division to promote a political cause. No employee shall attempt to indoctrinate students by virtue of his or her position while students are under the supervision of the school board. Political posters, announcements, and flyers shall not be displayed on school bulletin boards or distributed through mail or messenger facilities. These restrictions shall not apply to classroom bulletin boards and displays being used to supplement instructional units. The school board recognizes that employees participate in professional organizations. The following policy is being violated by the MCEA. The policy clearly states that no employee shall use his or her position in the school division to promote a political cause. They are clearly participating in political activities by endorsing candidates. Also, with this policy, how can MCPS Finance Department be allowed to process the dues of MCA? They shouldn't. Taxpayer dollars should not be paying to work for the MCEA. Either the policy needs to change or the leadership of the MCEA needs to be put on notice. I say keep the policy as it is and let these employees know this is not allowed.
Thank you, Mrs. Price. Next up is Bob Beard, and after that, Natalie Gibbs.
Good evening, everyone. School Board, Dr. Reagan, thank you. Tonight, I want to talk about policy 5-3.4 again, what Joanne just brought up. You know, the Montgomery County Board recognizes the rights for employees to engage in political activity. But let's do a deeper dive. It says, no employee shall use her position in the school division to promote a political cause. The question is the chair for the MCA, Glenn Chuka, he's a teacher of MCPS. He is using his position as a teacher to promote himself to be an advocate for teachers. He's trying to use his position as a teacher to leverage to become a teacher representative. He's using MCA as a tool to have better power. You know, to me, isn't this a conflict of MCPS policy to allow the chair for MCA to use his position as a school teacher to foster for the union? You know, and next is we talk about school policy being apolitical, but Lynwood Hudson, you should recuse yourself from any voice of or voting regarding MCA. The MCA created a PAC for block walking and phone banking for Lynwood Hudson and Travis Williams. They created a PAC to help get candidates elected so MCA could negotiate with itself. So MCA created a PAC just so that they could get their own candidates in office so they wouldn't be negotiating and having a fair and transparent opportunity for his parents. Lynn also got $2,000 from the Montgomery County Democratic Party, and he also donated money to the Montgomery County Education Foundation, which is run by one of the biggest Democrat Party contributors. There should be no resolution until the policy is followed and enforced. Dr. Bregan has the authority, according to this policy, to fire someone who's breaking policy. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Next up is Natalie Gibbs, and after that, Bob Barbetti.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Bregan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Natalie Gibbs, and I'm a teacher here at MCPS. This is my 19th year in education, my 16th in MCPS. During that time, I've spent 5 years at Christiansburg Middle School and the rest at Bellevue Elementary. As an itinerant music teacher, I've been in every strand: Eastern Montgomery Elementary, Price's Fort, Christiansburg Primary, Falling Branch, and now Auburn. And this is what I've learned. At every building, teachers are proud of their jobs, they love their students, and they work very hard every single day. For me, MCPS has been a great place to work, but there is room for improvement. Mainly, it is easy to feel that as teachers, we currently do not have a strong voice in our county's decision-making. I support collective bargaining because I believe all workers in any field should have a voice in determining and improving their own working conditions. But in education in particular, I believe that as the people who know our students best, those of us who know their names, their families, their strengths and weaknesses in the classroom, who hear about their pets and their birthdays, always their birthdays, and Minecraft projects, who help them on their academic, personal, and social struggles on a daily basis, we deserve a voice in the decisions that affect their experience in our schools. And that's because, as you've heard tonight over and over again, teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. We care about our students' learning. I'd like to add, collective bargaining does not infringe on parental rights, and many of the things I've heard tonight against collective bargaining are just false. If it were as simple as talking with the board when we're frustrated, we wouldn't be frustrated. We are busy people, and we wouldn't be spending all this energy trying to get the right to collectively bargain if we didn't need the right to collectively bargain. When teachers are given a voice in school decisions, everyone benefits. That includes teachers, families, communities, and most importantly, our students, which is why we are in our jobs. That is why I support collective bargaining and why I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Next up is Bob Barbetti, and after that, Kim Bowman.
Bob Barbetti, Reiner. It seems every month we're at a crossroads involving education of our children. Tonight, we again begin deliberations about collective bargaining. Voices and passion will escalate around this decision. Some will argue for, as if it were the Holy Grail. Others will argue against, as if it were from Satan. Although those who are emotionally anchored in this argument will be unlikely to hear any logic that does not support their position, I will still try to bring some element of logic to the discussion. Collective bargaining has a mixed history of success and failure for our country. It was successful in influencing child labor, mining safety, fairness in employee treatment, out-of-control capitalism, and many more areas. It was a failure in promoting meritocracy over longevity, nepotism, or cronyism. It failed to support technology development, cost reductions to remain competitive, or individual employee growth. Most importantly, collective bargaining created a legal division between people who should have been working together for the success of the organization. Collective bargaining is really just a tool to be used where truly needed. Unfortunately, there is no universal tool. If we hold on to a hammer too tightly, we begin to see everything as a nail. It seems to me that some of the MCPS employees see public education getting worse and have lost trust that the board is willing to work with them to fix it. It also seems to me that the board, as a whole, may not be satisfied with our public education, but has not effectively communicated the desire to work together with employees to fix it. That does not support collective bargaining as the path. Your effort should be to unify everyone and work towards the purpose for which the organization was created, not formalize separate legal bodies for negotiation and compromise. When we as humans choose sides or teams, we end up in a competition. Thinking becomes focused on a zero-sum game with the winner and loser. What is lost is creativity and the gestalt, where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. You, the board, have the opportunity to choose a better path. Do you believe in yourselves? Do you care about people? Do you believe you can do something great together? Then choose the better path. Do not accept division as inevitable. Do commit to do more in unity than you can apart. Then you can and will lift our students, staff, and system to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbetti. Our next speaker is Kim Bowman, and then after that, Aaron Scardo.
Good evening, Board. My name is Kim Bowman, and I live in Christiansburg. I just want to talk a little bit about collective bargaining. A lot of people think that that's like the golden ticket to solve all of our problems. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not, and we need to be working together, just like Bob said, to come to resolutions that are good for the whole community. I'm speaking from a story that was told by Rebecca Friedrichs. Now, Rebecca is a veteran public school educator who has years of experience, decades of experience actually with unions. And she says that the teachers' unions have actually silenced the voices of teachers for decades. And they claim to represent them at the same time. She says they do not. When other dedicated teachers and I served within the unions, we spoke up in defense of children, parents, scientific fact, and American values. But for our trouble, we were brutalized, booted off the platform, barred from committees, shouted down, and even spit upon by union leaders. This is how unions treat devoted teachers. But what's even worse is how their agenda of control deceives Americans and our children. They have intentionally rewritten American history to perpetrate division and to pervert the memories of our American founders and to disparage our Judeo-Christian virtues. Their lenient disciplinary policies morphed our schools into war zones, and they back defunding the police and abolishing ICE. Unions collect annually from unsuspecting teachers and push this radical agenda into our classrooms against our will. Now, these are the teachers that they were supposed to be supporting. Why? The only way to keep a free republic is a well-educated, moral citizenry that can self-govern. Unions are severing our republic. They undermined educational excellence, morality, law, and order. That's why they spend hundreds of millions of dollars annually to defeat charter schools and school choice, trapping many of our precious
Ms.
low-income
Bowman,
children.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. All right, next is Aaron Scardo, and after that is Chris Thomas.
I am Aaron Scardo, and I am a student at Blacksburg High School. Greetings, members of the board and Dr. Bragan. I am here once again to ask you all to not implement the proposed model policies. Montgomery County Public Schools should be a safe and inclusive space for all, regardless of race, sex, disability status, gender, nor sexuality. However, the proposed model policies are at odds with this, as they will essentially take away whatever security and happiness that trans students were given. Not only is this wrong, but it also is at odds with MCPS core values. It is at odds with the physical safety and emotional well-being of trans students by not allowing teachers to use trans students' preferred name nor pronouns, which is scientifically proven across multiple studies and surveys to worsen the emotional well-being of transgender students. On top of that, it additionally is on odds with the values of mutual trust and respect, as well as open communication. As students who are questioning their gender identity will feel as if they cannot be themselves by feeling forced to hide their true self at school in fear of what would happen if someone found out if they were transgender or non-binary. These are 3 of the 6 MCPS core values. 3 values that will be set aside. Set aside for what purpose? Model policies that are backed by what else other than ignorance or prejudice? Please uphold the core values the school system runs on, instead of setting them aside for a set of hateful and bigoted policies. Choose policies that will engage. Choose policies that will encourage. Choose policies that will encourage. And choose policies that will empower. Choose respect and mutual trust. Choose emotional well-being. And last but not least, choose kindness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, next up, I'm sorry. I think we have reached our second 30-minute limit, so I will need a motion to extend. And just so you know, there is only, Mr. Thomas is the last speaker. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Woods, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham? Yes. Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries.
Just want to make sure I have permission. All right. Members of the board, Chris Thomas, Christiansburg, Virginia, your timers. Oh, there we go. Okay. We've heard some passages tonight from the graphic novel Flamer, and I thought I wanted to check that it was, in fact, in our school library system, and it is, along with several copies of the Bible, the Communist Manifesto, and I'm sure many other controversial texts. But here's the thing, they're in the library. They're not being assigned to students. I mean, we can scarcely even get this board to allow teachers to use novels in their curriculum. So if you don't want your kids to read those books, just tell them not to. Parent your children. Your kids have access to the internet. I promise you that a book on a shelf in the library is not corrupting your darling's little soul. Moving on, we need a brief history lesson, actually 2 of them. First, I'd like to quote from the Treaty of Tripoli, negotiated by President John Adams and ratified by the U.S. Senate. Quote, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion." Unquote. History has many lessons to teach us. Mr. Openchain quoted President Roosevelt, who did indeed say that, quote, all government employees should realize that the process of collective bargaining, as usually understood, cannot be transplanted into the public service. But let's not take Mr. Roosevelt's words out of context. In the same letter, Roosevelt writes, quote, the desire of government employees for fair and adequate pay, reasonable hours of work, safe and suitable working conditions, development of opportunities for advancement, facilities for fair and impartial consideration, review of grievances, and other objectives of a proper employee relations policy is basically no different from that of employees in private industry, an organization on their part to present their views on such matters is both natural and logical. His objection is not to collective bargaining, but the threat of a strike. That's what is meant by the phrase collective bargaining as usually understood. Of course, the collective bargaining agreement before this board verbosely forbids a strike. It is exactly the kind of agreement that FDR wanted. Reading is such a fundamental skill. Finally, let us address one more travesty of facts and logic presented here tonight. Yes, MCPS employees are forbidden from using their position as educators to indoctrinate students or advocate for specific political positions, but that does not and cannot strip them of their right to speak politically, organize politically, or act politically. Political speech is the most sacred right in our republic. To argue that teachers give up their political voice or their First Amendment rights as the price of their modest wage and absurdly long working hours is of profound ignorance. Members of the board, you have a lot of difficult decisions before you, and I'd urge you to think very carefully about whose advice you take as you make them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, seeing no one else signed up, public address is closed. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is approval of consent items. If no one has anything to pull, we'll consider these approved. All right, do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond? Yes. Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham? Yes. Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the financial summary report as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Woods, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham? Yes. Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Yes. Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, next we move on to our business meeting, and sure. Just going to make a quick announcement that those of you having conversations in the room, it's a little bit distracting up here. I know that we just transitioned, but please try to be quiet as you leave. All right, we're entering the business meeting portion of our meeting, and we'll start with a report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Board Chair Chewbacca. First, I want to congratulate our MCPS robotics team. I had the good fortune of attending the first Chesapeake region competition that was hosted at Blacksburg High School on Saturday. And what a spectacular feat that was. You know, it was the first time that those teams and the children got to compete in person there since COVID. And it was really astounding, not just our team, who, by the way, Team 401 did win, so congratulations for that, taking first place in the robotics competition. They also won the Motorola Industrial Design Award, and all the technical expertise and the work that went into creating our robots and those of the other teams was really dynamic and exciting to watch. But for me, as a lifelong educator, the thing that really I walked away from that with was the spirit of collegiality. Our team has been working together for years. I happened to visit at Christiansburg High School, one of the work sessions in December. And it's just astounding how well they work together, assign each person individual jobs, and then come together for the collective good that's greater than the individual. And I can't think of any endeavor that's better. And what was really astounding to me, and it made me very proud of our Montgomery County Public School students was, and our advisors and everyone that helped out, was they're veterans. Their number's 401, and the numbers progress as the teams have been there, and some of the numbers are in like the 9,000s and so on. And all they wanted to do was help the younger teams. When we walked around the pit area, which was really cool, it was like, auto racing. they wanted to help the new teams, help them to be more competitive. One of our members and our advisor even said one of the teams had to drop out because their robot broke or they couldn't do it. And they wanted to drive down and help them put together a robot just to compete. And, you know, as an educator, that's what I'm really proud of. And to see that esprit de corps and working together, kudos to them and everyone that's involved in that program. It was really exceptional. And coming from the outside and getting to look at that and experience it was a real pleasure. I'd also like to congratulate our Blacksburg High School DECA Club. As a former DECA advisor and a judge back a lifetime ago, it seems, up in New Jersey. It's a great program. It's a great feat. It gives our kids an opportunity to compete in a world of business and a variety of endeavors and competitions. And we had 33 students participated in the State Leadership Conference in Virginia Beach, 17 semifinalists, 11 international qualifiers, and 4 first-place finishers. That's exceptional. So congratulations to those students, their advisors, and everyone that helped them. And I would also like to say, our Price's Fork Elementary School, Debbie Hobner was named the Virginia Association of School Librarians Librarian of the Year for the Roanoke region. I had to take a vow of secrecy not to share that until today because I think they made that information public today. I would also like to say Erin Bond, a Blacksburg Middle School teacher, science teacher, was selected as Radford University's outstanding student in their Ed Leadership program. Kudos to her as well. Just to provide a brief update of the budget process, as you know, we presented our budget to our school board, and I did say it right, not Board of Education, our school board. And they approved it, and then we moved on to present it to our Board of Supervisors. We were at a meeting. Dr. Whitaker and I have attended several meetings for the Board of Supervisors to answer their questions, provide more information. And we have a great dialogue and a great working relationship with them, and we appreciate that. If anyone saw their meeting last night and the support that they displayed for the school resource officers, I was very proud to see that and very comforting as a school superintendent. Anyway, last night they voted on a budget to advertise at a 73-cent rate, and that rate includes a $4 million increase for our school budget. We had asked for a $6.1 million increase to meet all of our needs as we fell fit and what the Board of Education, what the school board approved. So that is what it is. That amount does not include the 2% additional raises from the 5%. We got that information after we developed our budget. It also doesn't take into account the $1.3 million calculation error. So where does that leave us? I'm not really sure. As Dr. Whitaker and I and our teams work with the budget, we need to get that solid information from the state on what their actual funding will be and how that calculation error will be determined. We're committed to do everything in our power to make sure we get all the resources we possibly can for the division, and we will continue to do that. I'm told last year, in a similar situation, we didn't get the final numbers until later in the year, and it delayed some of the contracts that we provided the teachers, that we had to update them with the new information. I hope that doesn't happen this year, but I'll work as best I can, and when I get more information, I will share it with all of you. Thank you, Board Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bregan. All right, next item on the agenda is action from closed session. Board, do I have a motion to release a media statement from the board regarding public comments made by the previous superintendent?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham? Yes. Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Yes. Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Next item is collective bargaining discussion. So I was wondering if maybe we could start the discussion with Dr. Bregan just filling us in, I guess, on the new resolution that is posted on board docs.
Sure.
And any changes, I guess, since the last time it's been seen.
Yeah, we'll do, Board Chair Chewbacca. One of the things when I was actually interviewing for the job here and some of the conversations that we had with the school board members that were involved in the interview process, and then as I was transitioning to become a citizen of the Commonwealth, was discussions about collective bargaining. And so one of the charges that I had as soon as I got hired in December from the school board was to, can you work with the MCA and see if we can develop some type of collective bargaining agreement that we could all agree to and we could all live with. And I took that charge very seriously. And I worked closely with the MCA leadership, specifically with Mr. Chilcote. I would say we had a really good series of sessions and dialogues, and we started with what was proposed, I believe, last November, and that at some point the board attorney had refined it or made some changes or whatever. And we worked on that, I would say, up until a few weeks ago. You know, a couple different sessions. We met at length with a variety of members of the MCA leadership. And before this meeting, as it approached, I shared that with our board attorney from Sands Anderson. And his advice to us was that we should revert back to the version that was shared in November, that was something that, as far as the Board of Education, he felt strongly that it protected the board's rights. I then shared that with the board president, and I actually shared it also with Mr. Chilcote and asked, hey, this is what the board attorney says, what are your thoughts? We agreed relatively that while it wasn't exactly what we had spoken of, that we both could live with it, and I think Mr. Chilcote mentioned some of his concerns tonight, that if that was something that the board chose to approve, he would have a few changes and things like that, I believe. I don't want to speak for him, but that's what I heard earlier. So that's what got us to where we were today, and in our conversation at our last board meeting, I asked if the majority of the board thought this was something we should put on the agenda, and they did, and here we are.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to open up the floor to the board to start discussion, and I'll just remind you that we're 10 minutes till 9. 9 o'clock is usually when we permit our student reps to leave. So if you guys do want to say something before you leave, please interject, but I'll open the floor up to anybody.
I'll start. So this is, the statement I'm going to make is nothing new. Our board attorney knows exactly how I feel about his advice. I appreciate it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we always need to follow our attorney's advice, because he is an attorney and he looks at what the law says and how things can be defended and whatever. But we deal with people, and our people are the folks who educate our children, who are our future. And as we've heard tonight, they're the ones who know their names. They are the ones who understand what they need, and have gone to school for many of years to be able to do that. So as long as MCEA is okay with this resolution, I will be voting yes. I do believe and wish that there could be so much more, because I believe all employees should have the opportunity to negotiate. And in the state of Virginia, it is nothing like the private sector that I represent, because if it was, then everything that some folks have said would be true, but it is not. It is not. And I appreciate you all for being so patient with this board as we have gone round and round. Some of it legitimate, others it's just the way it is. I do have one concern in the fifth whereas. Well, let's see, it says, supreme responsibility of the board to provide the best free and fair education to all students within its legal responsibility to do so. I don't understand what fair means, because as we have all learned throughout the years, that just because someone says it's fair doesn't mean that it's equitable and it's going to meet all needs of all students. So I'm going to ask that that be removed and be replaced with equitable. Finished for now.
Chair Chewbacca, when during the public address, Mr. Chilcote raised his 3 concerns, but he was in a hurry and all the stuff. Is it valuable to have him come explain that to us? Is that something we could do? Or I didn't catch all of his details there.
I think my preference would be to maybe put that on the agenda for a different discussion, for discussion at the next meeting, perhaps, if it's the will of the board. But I don't, I think for now, let's maybe, I would prefer to keep the discussion amongst the board for now.
Isn't that something we would do anyway when we meet? I mean, we have not sat down with the MCEA at this point. Is that something that will be happening at a point in time? I guess I'm still not clear on what our next steps are. If I could just be clear on what they are.
I think before you sit down to collectively bargain, you have to have a resolution that you agreed to collectively bargaining and that the MCA would be the sole representative of our employees.
I'm sorry. I know you guys can't hear me very well. This is like an umbrella. And so once we've set the umbrella policy, and that is agreed upon by the majority of the board, if that happens, then we will negotiate with them 1 year at a time about specific issues. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 years?
Yeah, I thought it was-
Okay.
But
Thank you.
But there's only, I thought we had agreed, there was an agreement of only a couple of issues that were going to be included in the resolution, correct?
We did. We put a limit on that. That's one of the things that Mr. Chilcote brought up as a concern. But we added things in there that we felt, the majority of the board felt comfortable with having as the umbrella. And then they would bring to us at least two under that umbrella. Did that answer your question?
Well, sort of. I mean, I've been involved. I mean, last year I was involved in all the
Yeah, I know.
negotiations. So I mean, I'm pretty clear on all that. But I guess what I didn't understand was the piece where you, and maybe I'm just not comprehending that. We had an agreement, but then now we're going back to the attorney's agreement. And that I was not following. Because I thought we had the original agreement, and then we made some changes, and then we met with the attorney, and then we made some more changes, and we kind of whittled it down to a couple of items. But now it sounds like we're reverting back to the original?
No, Bernie can explain.
Yeah, I don't think it's the original. I think it's after that dialogue had happened in the fall. That's before I got here, so I can't really speak to that. But my concern was, as a school superintendent, and we had worked closely with the MCA and their leadership team to come up with some idea that's something that we thought was fair to both sides. But I wouldn't submit that to all of you or to the public without running it by the board attorney. That's my own comfort level. The board attorney's sole position is to protect the Board of Education. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know legalese, so nor do I, try to act like I do. So I ran it by the board attorney to say, hey, listen, this is what we were thinking about. What are your thoughts? Please look it over. And after he reviewed it with his team, I think there was a point person who's no longer there that was on that the last time. I don't remember her name. He came back and said, well, we kind of worked this out already, what we think is in the best interest of the school board. So I'm going to send you this draft, and I think this is the one that's most protective of the school board, which is their job as the board attorney. And then that's when I shared that with Mr. Chilcote, and we both looked at it, we went over each part and said, it's not exactly what we said, but we both could live with it. And again, I don't want to speak for Mr. Chilcote, but that's, I believe, what we said, and to put it on the agenda to have this discussion.
Right, so we're back to where we were in November. And that's when we were waiting on Dr. Bragan to come because of his experience.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's
Okay,
where
so
we're at.
So we're at that, okay.
Yeah, and I think
That's where I was a little.
We're still there.
That's where I was confused, because
Well-
we sort of went back in time. I was thinking, I thought we had gone forward. I didn't.
Well, I'd like to think we've taken a step forward because we're
This
talking
was a-
about it publicly
But this
finally.
is more forward, no backward.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure we're going
Yeah.
forward, not backward.
I would like to share my own comments then.
Sure, please.
On this effort. So it's been brought up a couple times now about my engagement with MCEA. Certainly not going to apologize for being supportive of our teachers. Certainly when I was running for school board, I looked for organizations and folks in the community who were equally supportive of our teachers, and certainly MCEA was there. I started my journey to the school board through PTSOs at the schools. And so along the way, certainly one of our primary focuses was teacher appreciation, right? Because didn't seem like teachers were getting a lot of appreciation, and they really needed the support of their PTOs, PTSOs. You know, I'm old enough to remember a day when our teachers were actually respected and trusted and believed when matters came up, right? And then COVID happened, and then, you know, we are where we are now, where teachers are being accused of indoctrinating and obstructing and being lazy, and all that just happened tonight. So they've been bullied, intimidated, threatened, and to me, that's not right. And they've been treated more like healthcare providers than educated professionals. And we've also seen how one person in charge can create a toxic environment, right? And we are working now to clean up some of that and rebuild the trust that was broken as a result of that. Now, I think we have an awesome superintendent right now. He's going to do awesome things for us, and I'm super excited to work with him. But he's not going to be here forever, right? And I think this school board is very supportive of our teachers, and we're doing a great job of working together. But we're not going to be here together forever, right? Mm-hmm. We can pass all the policies we want to. Policies can change at the whim of other school boards. Policies get enforced differently by administrations. I think we have an opportunity here tonight to create an enduring process that will survive no matter who's in charge and who's up here on this dais, where our teachers can have a positive work environment no matter what happens. So I will definitely be supporting collective bargaining, not only to give them a seat at the table, but to also give them a voice at that table.
I'd like to follow up on Linwood, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
On Linwood's comments, and I'm glad you brought forward something I was going to say, and that is, I'm not sure we'd be in this place right now had Dr. Bragan been the person who was our superintendent, and we didn't have COVID also. I mean, a lot of things happened over the last few years, and I think everybody here knows that I used to be a teacher, and I'm an MCPS teacher, and so I'm extremely supportive of our teachers, and I understand the concerns they have, and I totally see how teaching has changed over the last several years. I do think that it's very unfortunate that I think a lot of what the frustration of teachers does come from how things were managed in the past. And it comes from not being listened to and not being respected and being told to do things without ever having any input and being the bottom rung on a decision chain. And being the last person to really, there's nobody left. You're at the bottom and there's no one left. And when I say teachers, I don't mean just teachers. I mean anyone who works with our students, teaches them in some way, be it our bus drivers, our custodians, our cafeteria workers. They are involved in the education of all of our students in our community. But we are where we are, and yes, you never know who's going to be leading, and I have great faith in Dr. Bragan, and not just because he's from New Jersey, but because I think he is going to be a terrific leader for our schools going forward. But you know, none of us are going to be here forever, and I do think that it's good to have some parameters that allow the problems of the past to not occur again. And so I will support collective bargaining. Yeah, I would like to make sure that there's certain areas I think we need to really be sure they're the right ones to be in there, but I do feel that I think this gives us a beginning. It's a start, and we don't know where it'll go, but I think it's a start, and it's worth. I think we have talked about this for so long. It's time that we move forward.
Can I talk real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, before I go home to write an essay. So I've said before that I'm going to college to become a teacher, and I'm not here to like argue because I don't know all the specifics. I'm not in your meetings when you're talking to like Mr. Chilcote and stuff, and I'm not a teacher yet, so I don't fully understand everything. But I'm just saying this as a student and as someone who loves my teachers. Even if I don't know all of the people out there, I still know that they all love and care about those children, and that's why I want to be a teacher. And I don't want you all or them to feel like you've turned your backs on them. I want them to know that you're listening to them and not just playing into some people that have money. Because I see how much we struggle with subs and teachers leaving, and it's because they're not treated well enough. And those people out there deserve the world. And if we just keep turning our backs on them and pushing like these simple things they're asking for out and out, you're going to lose more teachers and you're going to have less people to help, and it's going to overwhelm everyone, and it's just going to turn into more and more anger. So please, just as a student and as someone who loves these people out there and as someone who wants to be a teacher, I just want you all to listen to your teachers. And I know you have to go through some hoops to do that, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, I want you to listen to the people that have gone to school for so long and who know these kids. Most of these teachers know us. They don't see us as just a number. They know us. I have done so much stuff on my teachers, but they are always there. And yeah, these are the people that have created the love for me to be an educator one day. So please just listen to them.
All right. Thank you, Emma. All right, Marty, you want to go ahead?
Okay, just some of my thoughts. I certainly believe, coming from corporate, that all employees deserve a voice in one shape, one way or fashion, and a voice without fear that transcends who the superintendent is. Because Dr. Reagan may do awesome things while he's here, but I want to make sure that when he's not here or we're not here, that teachers still have a voice and are part of the planning process for things that happen. Now, I think the best example of doing that was when we did the strategic plan. We had so many teachers involved in the strategic plan. We had more than 2. Thank you. We had more than 2. I sat in on a lot of the meetings. And I think that was a step, in the right direction. Here are my concerns, though. My concerns is making this decision is permanent. At some point, another board could throw it away, but it's permanent. That there will still be employee groups who don't have a voice, and the cost of the dues. That concerns me greatly, because I don't want to put any more burden on our teachers just to have a voice. So I hope that I'm not saying I support one way or the other. I'm just voicing my concerns, and I see how important this is as well. So I think the board, will just continue to move forward until we find something that is good for the majority, and then see if that works for the employee groups that come to us.
All right. Anyone else?
I would like to thank Dr. Bragan for sitting down and having the conversations with MCEA to come up with a resolution that worked for both of you. Again, unfortunately, the attorney got into it. So I do appreciate that, because that's a start and a good move on your part. To show that you want to listen and work with our employees. We have kicked this around for over a year, turned it upside down, inside out, all kinds of different ways, and I think it's time for us to move on this. So I won't call for a vote tonight, but I will call for a vote at our next meeting because it's time for us to move on with this. We put our 2 cents in for over a year, going back and forth with the attorneys, with everybody on this board, and it's time to move on it. If this is what you all feel, the attorney, and I'm willing to agree because our two parties have said, with all the work that we've done, we're okay with this. I'm not really okay with it, but I'm okay with what we have in front of us except for the word fair, public education. So I hope that this will be on the agenda at our next meeting for a vote. It's time to stop messing around. It's time to do things and get this done. Because it does not show that we are truly supporting our employees by just moving and kicking and I'm not sure and this and that. But we all say, well, some of you say, well, what does the attorney say? Well, this is what the attorney says. So it's time for a vote.
All right. You guys want to say anything? No one else? All right. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like
Sam.
to speak before I
Sure.
go off and do my own physics
Sure,
homework.
please.
I'll mostly be seconding what Emma said. I also want to thank Dr. Bragan because I've been seeing this go through for a year now. It's been turned over, it's been turned inside out, and I am very excited that we are actually making progress on this issue now, and I'm excited that Penny is going to be calling for a vote next meeting. I hope you will all agree to vote next meeting and that a decision will actually be made with the one caveat that we listen to what Mr. Chilcote was saying about those 3 changes that he'd like to make before we vote on this issue. It only makes sense that we listen to the teachers in our schools. I can say with confidence that as a student, the people who by far understand my education, understand my educational needs best are my teachers. And they're the ones that know my names. They are the ones that deserve a seat at the table, and their seat at the table will not deny the seats of parents. It will not deny the seats of students. As you can see, I'm a student. I still have a seat at the table, and students' parents are still welcome to come to the public address. But teachers have a unique need and a unique perspective on the learning environment of students. And so this is a common sense proposal. I'm excited to see it enacted.
All right. Thanks, Sam. All right, so seeing no other board members, I guess, that want to speak, I guess I'll give my maybe 3 cents on this. As far as the process goes, this is a legal matter, and Sue, to answer your question about what, whether we have, representatives of the MCEA come before us to discuss this, that's what, like what Dr. Bragan said, that's what this resolution allows us to do. So because it's been a legal matter, it's something that we have spent a lot of time talking about with lawyers in closed session. We have not talked about this very much in public, and I think that that's something that needs to happen. And so I don't think that you can argue about whether we dragged our feet too much or too little or whatever last year while we were obviously had a lot of other things on our plate. But at this point, I don't see a need to overly rush things and, for example, call for a meeting, for a vote tonight or something like that. Now, having said that, I think that, I think Bob Barbetti was right that when, the right way to do this, you bring the 2 parties together and you work things out and everything's fine. But like some of you have said, sometimes that works in a large organization, but often it doesn't. And, one of the things I've had, the privilege, I think, of having so many teachers and employees come to me over the last 7 years that I've been on the board because they trust me to say things they really want to say. And there are things that they feel like they cannot say, to their own management. And I think the first or second year I was on the board, I brought that up to some of the longtime members that have been here. And I hear things like, oh, it's always been that way. It's always that way. Like, this is like something that is just the way that it is. And I don't think that should be that way. And I don't think, I think that the chances that you're going to get, as one of the speakers said, I think it was Kelly Brennan, the chance of getting an authoritarian administrative culture is probably high. And so I think that we do need something. I think it's unfortunate that it's called collective bargaining or unions, that it's brought into that same psyche of, the Teamsters and strikes and, what's that? Well, but I'm just saying it's not the same thing. And I think some speakers have even said that. I don't want to belabor the point, but it is important, I think, for us to say that there is no provision for striking in this. As far as I know, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong up here, but there's no forced dues either. I think the MCEA as the bargaining body would be required to represent everyone who's voting. But I don't think that there's no requirement for employees to pay the dues. The employees may pay dues to be members of the MCEA if they choose, and they can get additional benefits through the MCEA that they currently get. So I think that's something that's been said that's not necessarily right. There's no handing over of control of anything. One of the things, and it's unfortunate, I think, that the public didn't see some of our deliberations, but one of the things that I really looked into and pushed to understand is what happens when you have an impasse. And I encourage everyone to read the resolution, especially some of the speakers that said some things that just weren't true. But when you have an impasse, there are mechanisms. I think there might be I think the current resolution calls for a mediator to try to help get through the impasse. But ultimately, if you get to the end of the whole process and there's still an impasse, guess what? It comes to us. It comes to the board, and we decide. So we're not giving up control of anything. So, I guess one could argue that, and I would probably argue that it's actually a pretty weak resolution. And I, if we had the time to have a public discussion, I think I might be talked into doing a little bit more, maybe having a mediator that forces the parties to come to an agreement or something like that. But I'm also okay with it the way that it is. Attracting and retaining quality teachers is becoming more and more difficult. We keep talking about that. So this is a concrete action that we can take to signal to everybody, not just our current teachers that we support them, but to potential future teachers, to the Emmas of the world, to people everywhere, that we are a county that values them. And this comes back to jobs, and this isn't just for teachers, in any position, my work, your work, anything. People can put up with a lot of things that are not ideal. I wish I got paid more. I'm not getting paid what I'm worth. My benefits are no good, whatever, right? But there are some things that are just really, really, really important, and respect, I think, of your employer is number one. I think your working conditions is a second thing. And I think finally just having a say, feeling like people respect you enough to listen to you and take what you have to say from a professional point of view and apply it in that field, because that's why you got into it to begin with. So, I do think that I wish we could have a more honest public discussion about this. I realize that we are, we're a purple county, and we have people on the left and we have people on the right. And I think it's a shame, again, that you didn't see the entire legal thinking and process for each member. But I do think that what we have right now is a pretty darn good compromise, if not, I think we could do a little bit more maybe even. But, I guess we don't live in the political environment where, where we're going to come together and everybody's going to support it. I wish that was the case. But anyway, so I think for me, the devil's always been in the details, and taking this as a framework and I think is good. I think looking over, there's a couple of spots that I think Glenn has pointed out, and at least on 2 of those, I think I agree with him. I'd probably like to have a discussion about the third one. I think that page 3, what is it, paragraph B, I think, that lists the things that we can bargain over. I spent a lot of time on that and went back and forth, but I think I can support what's there. So, my preference would be, our next meeting is a work session. My preference would be to have another discussion at the work session to do any, small edits to give the public another chance to speak if they need to, and then I think we put it on the agenda to vote at the next regular meeting. That's my preference, if it's the will of the board.
So, again, it's on the agenda tonight. If there were things that the board members wanted to talk about, then this was the place to talk about it tonight, so we could be moving forward. So if there's a discussion around things that you want to change or you think should be different, we should be having that discussion tonight so we can keep this moving forward. Because now we're just having another meeting to talk about it. And that's why we're here. So we need to be having this discussion tonight.
For me, I don't think that that's necessary for tonight. I think we can do it next time. I would hope.
That's how it's been, excuse me, Chair, but that's how it's been for the last year. We'll do it the next time. We'll get back to it. We need to start moving on this. I mean,
And we are.
you wanted to have discussion on this at our last board meeting, and board members didn't even know that it was going to be something that you were going to talk about or wanted to ask questions about. So now, here it is in front of us. We've all had time to review it. We've had some discussion about it, even the explanation that the 2 parties sat down like we wanted them to do, came to a resolution, and then as some folks need the attorney to say, okay, this is good, the attorney has said this is good, and now it's like, well, let's talk about it some more.
Penny, I'd like to just make one comment, a couple things. One is, I don't think we meant to drag this out as long as it did, but it also, the concept of collective bargaining came up in February of 2022. And then in March of 2022, the whole concerns with our former superintendent came up, and from then on it was a never-ending meetings regarding search and doing all that. And so to those people out there, I am sorry that you feel as though it was being put off, but we were meeting in numerous meetings and hours of meetings on a lot of other issues and concerns regarding our former superintendent and the search for a new superintendent. But now that and then we decided that we wanted to we hired someone with expertise in this. So why not use that person's expertise to help us to move forward? He's done that. I mean, he started in December, and now it's the beginning of March, and I think, yeah, I agree with you, though, that I think it is time to move forward. But I'm not trying to defend myself but I do think there were a lot of extenuating circumstances in 2022 that really kept us all very preoccupied, and it was very hard to put our attention to this, because this deserves a lot of attention and a lot of thought, and not something that you want to rush into without really putting that thought into it. And I think we did, and we went back and forth and in circles sometimes, and that happens. But now we're somewhere. But I agree, it's time to move forward, and if we want to vote tonight, I'm fine with. I mean, I think all of us already know pretty much where we stand. So.
I mean, I've telegraphed my vote at this point, so it's not a surprise. But I do think, like with most major things that we vote on, we do try to give it a first reading. This is the first time that our community has had a chance to see this thing and give any of us our thoughts and feedback. And I think we owe it to our community just as much as we owe it to the teachers. So, I mean, I'm fine with the chair's plan of following a fairly normal procedure of discussing at a work session and bringing it up for vote at the next open session. That's how we would do anything else, I would imagine, so.
No, actually, it would be a first reading like it is tonight for a policy, and then come back for our next meeting for a vote.
We don't normally vote at our work sessions. It's pretty rare.
That's normally we don't, but that doesn't mean we can't.
I mean, if people have input on, you know, the MCEA has asked us, and if we pass this resolution, they would be our bargaining partners, right? So they have asked for those 3 changes. So I think it would be wise to discuss those. You want to discuss them now? We can. But I think it would be wise to discuss them before we voted on it. So.
Okay, so I would agree with everything they've said. That's my discussion on it.
I didn't even hear or understand half of what he said, so, but.
That's another good reason.
I got 2 down, but I didn't get the 3rd.
So that's another good reason why I think maybe we can ask, maybe that could come in writing, and we can discuss it at the next meeting, and we can vote on it at the next meeting in April.
Chair Chewbacca, can I interrupt, please? Not that I don't
Sure,
feel
please.
that this is very important, but I do know we've had a group of pharmacy tech students that have been here at the beginning of the meeting. They have a nice presentation for us, and it is getting late. So I'm sure they'd like to get home and do homework and get in the bed. So if you want to vote on when we're going to vote, I don't have a problem with that, but I do think we need to be more respectful to our students.
I had no
Also,
idea. But,
with that being said, just to make a comment on what Ms. Cass had said earlier about us meeting lots of meetings with other things. We met lots and lots of time talking about this as well. I don't want anybody to think that we haven't, because we have had multiple meetings with our attorneys, tons. I think someone said, oh, the 2 meetings a month. Yeah, that doesn't even begin to cover the amount of meetings that we
12?
have, and that's okay. But I just didn't want it to sound like that we had not, because we have had multiple meetings. We've done lots of research and put a lot of time and a lot of effort into researching, trying to figure out what's best, looking and listening, talking to our attorneys. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that there has been a lot of time put into this.
okay.
And I didn't realize there was a student presentation on it.
And
Yeah, I didn't either.
just to remind everyone on our updated policy on discussion, 2 minutes. So we need to try to get better at sticking to that.
Jermaine. Didn't say anything.
All right. All right, so this will be on the agenda again. We're going to move on to the next item, which is the pharmacy
Excuse me,
technician program.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So be on the agenda to do what? Just so we're clear and there's no surprises, or we're going to wait for something else? What are we going to be, what's it going to be on the agenda for?
We will, my expectation is that we will discuss any of the requested changes that we just heard about tonight, that they will come in writing, and that we will discuss them at the next work session, and that we'll put it on the agenda for the first meeting in April for a vote.
No, I don't agree with that part, but thanks for the clarification.
I didn't, I mean, if there's 4 members, then we can do it, but, all right.
I won't be here.
Pharmacy technician program update. So this is a presentation, and I see Mr. Husband coming up. I will say, in the future, if we have something on the agenda that has student participation, let me know, and we'll make sure to move it to the top of the agenda.
I saw it was a presentation. I didn't know
Yeah.
there was student part. I didn't know that.
It was in the presentation that the students were going to be coming up and speaking about it. So we need to make sure in the future that
Yeah, that
anything
needs to be clear.
student-related needs to be put at the top of the agenda.
That's what Mr. Chewbacca just said. Yeah, great. I
Good
agree.
evening, Board Chair, members of the school board, and Dr. Bragan. Thank you all for the opportunity to update you on the newest CTE program in Montgomery County Public Schools. For some context of the timing of starting the pharmacy technician program, Kayla Wooten, our superb pharmacy tech teacher, accepted her position on March 4th, 2020, 9 days prior to the world shutting down. It was a very challenging time to start a program that requires clinical hours in pharmacies and 4 separate agencies to certify the program. I am proud to say that Mrs. Wooten, the pharmacy tech students, and our business partners overcame all of these challenges to create a wonderful program for students. As you will hear, Pharmacy Tech provides a variety of opportunities for students. Graduates of this program are already working as pharmacy technicians, while others are pursuing additional education for a career in healthcare. Thank you all for the time to present this. Next up is Mrs. Wooten and her students.
Hi, it's getting late, y'all. My name is Kayla Wooten, and I am the Pharmacy Technician Director and Teacher from Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm excited to be here with you recognizing our fantastic program. When I was in high school, I completed a new pharmacy technician program and was able to use my license to help support myself throughout college. I have been teaching in Virginia for 13 years now, and I've lived in Montgomery County for 11 years. One thing that I know is how important quality healthcare providers are needed, and especially in our area. I knew that providing this opportunity for our students would be a win-win, not only for them, but for our community as well. Our students can use this license as a career or provide additional qualification for the medically driven career. Getting to be part of Montgomery County Public Schools Pharmacy Technician program has been very rewarding for me. I am so proud of all of my students for the time and the dedication they put into completing this program. Hopefully, they'll look back just like I did 20 years down the road and be thankful that they have a license that will offer them support however and whenever they need it. I always say that they represent Montgomery County Public Schools and myself very well, and I'm thankful for that. You want me to? Okay, so we have several pharmacies with us today. And we have several graduated students with us, and we have several Pharmacy Tech 2 students with us, and a Pharmacy Tech 1 student. So up first, I have Brandon Crozier from Christiansburg Pharmacy. He's going to say a little bit.
All right, good evening, board. Good to meet you all. I'm actually an MCPS graduate, and we Eastern Montgomery High School. And I have the honor and privilege of being with all of these students, actually. I'm the store manager at Christiansburg Pharmacy. I'm quite young as well, graduated in 2017. But what I strive to tell these students with this program is you can take a tech license and you can go far above that. As far as we go, I'm equal with them as I'm just a pharmacy technician now. The program wasn't offered when I was in high school, but I'm the same as they are. But I was able to take just a simple license and able to become a store manager. Actually, I got promoted 3 separate times and was able to make a career out of this, and it actually can take them far beyond just what a technician would have it to be. So I just want to thank you all for giving the opportunity for them to do this program. They're wonderful students. They do a great job. It's great to work with you all. We work with Pulaski County as well, and it's just a phenomenal program. So we thank you each for your participation in this and how you support the school. So thank you very much.
Up next, we have Michael from Christiansburg Pharmacy as well.
Hi, I'm Michael Quinones, and I'm a Blacksburg native. I'm the CEO of Blacksburg Pharmacy, Christiansburg Pharmacy, Shawsville Pharmacy, Giles Pharmacy. We're not creative with our names. So I want to thank Kayla for all her dedication and her hard work to the program. She's done an amazing job. She's been very attentive to our needs, to the students' needs, and I'd like to thank the students. Jalen, Charity, Hannah, there's many more. Thank you all for taking it seriously and for your interest to learn and grow in the healthcare field. We appreciate it. And then I also want to thank the board. Whatever you all did to make this happen, thank you very much. Whatever you have to do to continue this partnership, thank you very much in advance. As a locally owned small business, the program has contributed largely to our success, and more importantly to the well-being of the NRV. So thank you.
Up next, I have Andrew Wooten. would be my husband, is also has a pharmacy.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Wooten, and I'm the co-owner and pharmacist at New River Economy Drug. It's been a pleasure hosting these students and watching them succeed the past 2 years. It was very evident during the COVID pandemic that there is a dire need for medical professionals. If you don't believe me, feel free to call your local CVS or Walmart and ask them about their staffing issues. Nicole and I work, my technician over there, we work with them one-on-one on making sure that they relate the academic competencies that they learn to real-world applications. These students are very, very bright and will do well with whatever their future may end up being.
I have many more pharmacies that we'll mention in a little bit that couldn't make it tonight, and I have a lot of students. I invited a few students to come. I had no idea that all of these students would show up, so I'm so excited for that. But I do have lots of graduated students that are going to say a few pieces as well. Jalen, you're up first.
Good evening and hello. My name is Jalen Coleman. I'm a former graduate of Christiansburg High School and a completer of the Pharmacy Technician program of Montgomery County Public Schools. This program kickstarted lots for me as a 17-year-old freshly graduated from high school. I was able to be employed with Christiansburg Pharmacy as a trainee early on in my senior year. Alongside my manager who is here today, Brandon Crozier, and Miss Wooten, the instructor of the program. They are some of my biggest contributors to my success as they stood along me through the process of taking a national board test last spring. They taught me things like interpersonal skills and professionalism, lifelong skills I can take with me wherever along. I started as a certified pharmacy technician officially in August of 2022, and that is still what I do currently today. This has been very, very beneficial to me in my early adulthood. I am grateful to work along some of my amazing coworkers that are here today, and again, my store manager. I can't thank you guys enough for the opportunity to build within myself. I will always be grateful for this experience. Thank you so much again, Ms. Wooten and Brandon.
Ms. Hannah.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Vest, and I'm currently a pharmacy technician at Christiansburg Pharmacy. I started there as a trainee, and then in May of 2022, I started officially as a certified pharmacy tech. I'm a science major at New River Community College, and I graduated from Auburn High School in May of 2022. I took the 2-year program my junior and senior year of high school, and I gained so much knowledge and experience. I got to meet many different people within the pharmacy setting, including my mentor and manager, Braden, who is here in support tonight. I passed the board exam at the end of the course and gained my technician license. I'm so grateful for Ms. Wooten and her dedication to this program, as well as all the pharmacies and pharmacy staff that welcomed us in.
Okay, we have Ellen next.
Hi, my name is Ellen Warden. I graduated from Christiansburg High School in 2022. I am a certified pharmacy technician and a graduate of Ms. Wooten's pharmacy technician program. I want to take a moment to thank Ms. Wooten, all of the technicians and pharmacists and pharmacy staff that have helped me on my way to certification. Let's see. Throughout my 4 rotations, 130 hours of pharmacy experience, and many hours of studying, Ms. Wooten has always been there to help me and encourage me, and made every possible move to help me succeed. I now have a very wonderful job at Kroger Pharmacy. My manager is Melanie Blankenship. She's very wonderful. She's helped me even along the way. She gives me flexible hours, I have a reliable wage, and I have the ability to learn more too. They're actually pushing me to go to pharmacy school to become a pharmacist. This program not only showed me how to become a pharmacy tech, it also showed me how to be a professional and eager to learn employee. I want to thank you all for recognizing this program, and I really want to thank Ms. Wooten for not giving up on me and preparing me for my future.
Thank you. Okay, I have Casey.
Hello, my name is Casey Keetries. I'm a 22 graduate of Christiansburg High School in the pharmacy technician program. After graduating with my pharmacy tech license, I've been able to help senior citizens in Christiansburg organize and properly dose their medications in order to properly treat conditions and maintain their health. Exposure to the healthcare environment as a result of this program led me to pursuing a career in nursing at NRCC starting this fall. The pharmacy technician program provides Montgomery County students with the opportunity to work in a professional setting and gain experience in the healthcare field. Supporting this program helps the community receive the healthcare it deserves. Thank you to the school board for listening to us today, and thank you to Ms. Wooten for doing such an amazing job on the program.
I have John next.
Hi, my name is John Tibbs and I live in Christiansburg. I am currently a student at New River Community College thanks to the ACE program offered by Montgomery County. I have already been accepted into the ADN program at NRCC. When I graduated high school in May of 2022, I graduated with a CNA license and a pharmacy technician license, both that I got in my senior year. If it weren't for the pharmacy tech program, I would not be where I am now. And the help of Miss Wooten, I cannot forget to mention that. This program has affected me by giving me an advantage upon other nursing students in pharmacology. I have been offered many well-paying jobs by local pharmacies, hospitals, and other companies. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that there will be a 5% growth of pharmacy technician jobs within the next 10 years. That is over 22,000 jobs within 10 years. I know that myself and my fellow students, previous and current, will never go without jobs. It makes me very proud that Montgomery County Public Schools will put forth the initiative to not only provide students with the opportunity to not go to college, but to get a job right outside of high school. These programs put forth many valuable jobs into the workforce and economy. These programs also show valor and courage within the county to take such steps to provide many CTE programs that and still have high student academics. And that is all.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I have several Pharmacy Tech 1 students that are also here. Do what? Pharm Tech 2, I'm sorry, it's supposed to be Pharm Tech 2 up there. It is Pharmacy Tech 2 students. Yes, and so I first have Charity Spencer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charity Spencer, and I'm currently a senior at Auburn High School. This program has given me the tools to be a great asset to my job wherever I pursue in the medical field. It has also allowed me to work a job I love at Christiansburg Pharmacy alongside the best coworkers and amazing bosses, Brandon Crozier and Michael Q. Ms. Wooten is an excellent mentor and friend, and we are all so lucky to have her. I would highly recommend any high school student to go through this program. Thank you all for your time and dedication to this.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kaylee.
Hello, my name is Kaylee, and I'm a senior at Eastern Montgomery High School. I am currently completing my 130 hours at Christiansburg Pharmacy. This program has been a great opportunity for me to learn and get real-life experience in the pharmacy. This program has been helpful to me by getting me used to how working in the medical field will be. After I graduate, I plan on using what I did in this program to be able to work as a certified technician while I'm in college. Thank you, Ms. Wooten, for being one of the best teachers with always helping and working hard for us. Thank you.
That's going to make me cry. Okay, so I have Katie Pfizer next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Pfizer, and I'm currently a senior at Auburn High School. I am a Pharmacy Tech 2 student completing my 130 hours at Christiansburg Pharmacy. I have taken Pharmacy Tech 1 and Part 2 and have had good experiences at Davidson's Pharmacy. This program has been an excellent experience for me because I have learned a lot to help me grow, and so I can pass the PTCB and become a certified pharmacy technician. After graduation, I plan to get a part-time job as a pharmacy technician in the future, or becoming a nurse, and then a year later join the Army or military.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I have Jordan next.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Couton, and I'm currently a senior at Auburn High School. I am a Pharmacy Tech 2 student. I've been completing my 130 hours at New River Economy Drug, Radford Drug, and I am currently at the farmhouse. This program has helped me in many ways, one being blessing me with an outstanding teacher, Miss Wooten. Not only is she a great teacher, she is a supportive and motivating friend. For as long as I can remember since being in public school, I was told to make sure I always have a backup plan. This is my backup plan for the future and is going to help me be employed through college. After high school, I am planning to attend Radford University to study criminology and forensic science. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra.
Good evening. My name is Sandra. I'm a senior in Christiansburg High School. I'm a Pharmacy Tech 2 student, completing my 130 hours at New River Economy Drug. I'm very grateful for this program, for giving me this chance for a better future, not only for me, but for my family. I hope by continuing being a technician, it will help me after I graduate and when I go to college. I would like to thank every pharmacy for letting me complete my hours and thanks to Ms. Wooten for being an amazing teacher. También me gustaría dar gracias a mi mamá, mi papá y a mis hermanos por apoyarme en mi carrera y mis decisiones. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Miss Faith next.
Good evening. My name is Faith McDowell, and I'm a senior at Christiansburg High School. I'm a Pharmacy Tech 2 student and have completed my clinical rotations at Shawsville Pharmacy, Christiansburg Pharmacy, and New River Economy Drug. This program has challenged me academically and provided me with the skills needed to succeed as a pharmacy technician. After high school, I plan to attend Liberty University to major in psychology. The pharmacy technician license I will acquire through this program will allow me to work in pharmacy throughout college. Thank you.
Let's see. Up next, I have Miss Stacy Close. I'd like to mention that Stacy is a Pharmacy Tech 1 student. She's not in our Pharmacy Tech 2 class just yet. She's 16 years old. She's already obtained her pharmacy technician's trainee license early, and she's been hired at Christiansburg Pharmacy already.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Close. I'm currently a junior at Christiansburg High School. I am in part 1 of the pharmacy technician class, and I am employed at Christiansburg Pharmacy. This program has been a great experience for me because I have learned a lot, not only about pharmacy, but about myself and what I am passionate about. Ms. Wooten is a wonderful teacher and has always been very encouraging and supportive. After graduation, I plan to use my experience from the program to go to pre-med and continue my education. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you students for showing up today. It really warmed my heart.
Our students did an outstanding job of telling the story of the Pharmacy Tech program. We do want to fill in just a couple of those gaps that Ms. Wooten and I will go through quickly. The students referenced a number of things in the Pharmacy Tech program. It's important to note that during the process, not only did we get approval from the Virginia Department of Education, but also we're registered with the Virginia Board of Pharmacy, registered with the PTCB, and applied for accreditation with the Industry Accrediting Board. While Ms. Wooten was going through that, and she has now been recommended for full accreditation, Christiansburg High School, or the Montgomery County program, is the first program in any high school in Virginia to be recommended for full accreditation. You heard our students reference 3 different schools, and we've tried very hard to have equitable access for all of our students. The course is located based on where student enrollment is. So in the 21-22 school year, that meant we had Pharmacy Tech 1 at Auburn and then Pharmacy Tech 1 and 2 at Christiansburg High School. The following year, the Auburn students had such a great time that their enrollment numbers actually shot up. We allowed students from all 4 strands to sign up for the program, and we had the largest numbers from Auburn. So we relocated 2/3 of the program, Pharmacy Tech 1 and 2 at Auburn High School, and Pharmacy Tech 1 at Christiansburg High School. We've just completed enrollment for next year. We'll see where the program is most popular, and Ms. Wooten has been great about being willing to travel and go to where the students need the program.
So we have partnered with 8 pharmacies during the time of COVID. It was really challenging, but in the short amount of time that we've had, I'm very, very thankful that we have been partnered with 8 pharmacies. Some of those pharmacies are the Farmhouse in Floyd, Main Street Pharmacy in Blacksburg, Davidson's Pharmacy, New River Economy Drug, Radford Drug, Blacksburg Pharmacy, Shawsville Pharmacy, Christiansburg Pharmacy. I'm not finished. We will do more. Eventually we will have hopefully, my plan is to have a hospital setting, to have some chain settings in there too. But right now I'm so thankful for the 8 that we have. We could not do it without them. I hope they know that. So the pharmacists and pharmacy technicians at each pharmacy spend approximately 2.5 hours Monday through Thursday working one-on-one with our students each week. Before our students even began their clinical hours, I registered them with the Board of Pharmacy to obtain their pharmacy technician trainee license. They have to have this license to be able to be in the pharmacy. This license allows them to practice the same duties as licensed technicians do. Students are required to complete at least 130 externship hours across multiple pharmacies. They technically only have to go through 1 pharmacy. I have them rotate through 4. I think that they get a better experience with the multiple opportunities that they are offered at every pharmacy. Students complete tasks in the following areas, such as storage and control, inventory and purchases, documentation, community practices, preparing medications, and compounding. Students receive weekly evaluations from the pharmacies. They have a mentor there that will evaluate them. They bring the evaluation to me each Friday. They get a grade for that. I travel to the pharmacies every day to evaluate them myself and provide them with a formal evaluation each week. We also meet in the classroom on Fridays. They don't go to the pharmacies on Fridays, they come back to the classroom. During that time in the classroom, we reflect on our experiences that they've had during the week, and we also prepare for their PTCB exam that's scheduled at the end of the year.
And I insisted on doing this last one so I could brag on Ms. Wooten just one more time. She mentioned the trainee license and all of the requirements for the pharmacy technician license. But even though this program was started in fall of 2020 and had enormous hurdles, last year's class was the first to graduate and had an 89% pass rate on that state licensure exam.
So I have to say, when I stop in our local pharmacies, it's very rewarding. It's a very rewarding sight to see so many of my students employed and serving our community. I walked into the pharmacy one day, they literally took a selfie. I spoke with Brandon today, and he was like, my staff is at your meeting tonight. I'm not sure who worked it. And I'm so proud to say also that I have graduates such as Jalen, Hannah, Ava, Charity, all are employed at Christiansburg Pharmacy. I have Ellen at Kroger Pharmacy. That's supposed to say John and Casey are in the Radford University RN program. And Stacy's actually a class of 2024. And she's already employed at Christiansburg Pharmacy. So I've always loved my job, teaching for 13 years, but I have to say, seeing the full circle come together as to why we're here, it's pretty amazing.
Thank you all for the time to present. Do you have any questions?
Thank you to the board, and thank you to the students and to their parents. I really appreciate you all.
So,
And you, Mark Crispin.
how many total students have we had go through the program?
Question. Last year we had 9 that graduated, and then this year I have 9 at one school and 10 at another. So I don't know how total that is, but that's how many we've had in 2 years.
A number of those accrediting agencies limit the size of the classes because Ms. Wooten does have to travel and they have to be in pharmacies for so many hours.
Well, I'm just so thankful because when you last couple of years gone to some pharmacies and they're closed because there aren't enough people to man the pharmacies. And so it's so happy to see you all here and meeting the needs and helping our elderly folks make sure that they're getting their medication and going into nursing and psychology and all the other stuff, and taking advantage of the ACE program to help you get there. I'm just so happy to see you.
Yes, I'd like to just say I sure wish this room was as full earlier that could hear all this positive, because we only hear the negative things that come out of our school systems. And wow, this is just amazing. And, you know, I'm blessed to get to know some pharmacists, and I do know what a struggle it is for pharmaceutical work. And thank you all. I'm so proud of each and every one of you. To hear a CNA and a pharmacy tech, wow. I mean, that's just amazing. And I just can't commend you guys enough. And thank you guys for working with them, because I know how hard it is to try to do a job and also help and tutor and help learn. And that's what we need. And it's a hard job to do that. So thank you all. And thank you, Ms. Wooten, because that's, you know, we understand just how hard it can be and coming out of that. But, you know, thank you guys for coming out tonight too. And parents, appreciate it. Be proud of your kids, because they're our future. And these children have gone above and beyond. So thank you so much.
Again, thank you, Ms. Wooten, and thank you, Mr. Husband, for bringing this to us.
I'm just going to echo Ms. Bond and Ms. Franklin. Ms. Wooten, thank you so much. You're amazing. It's a very, to hear these students talk about you in the way they do, it should be, I mean, how humbling is that? We're very blessed to have you. Thank you for all you've done for these students. Thank you for our businesses. We could not do this type of CTE program without you. You are vital. I can't thank you enough. I know it's been a struggle for you guys too, but thank you for your patience tonight and for hanging in there with us, but we really do appreciate you. You guys, I am so proud of each and every one of you. Some of you I know personally. This is just amazing. You guys should be super proud of yourselves. You hold your heads high, and you keep doing the great stuff you're doing. And Mr. Husband, thank you for pushing this. And I'm just happy this board could be a part of implementing these programs now to get our kids ready for after high school, whether they go to college or want to step into a career. It's just very humbling and honored to see this happening before my eyes. So thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you all. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute break very quickly and reconvene in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Betty and I painted like
Again, it was one of those like trying to sort of kids where I think the floor. But I figured it would be people, so I figured I would do that first, right? So it's about the floor, right? And so but anyway, so like this is the time I have to paint my ceiling, so I painted my ceiling. And but it was like exceeded the temperature. You know, I mean it wasn't like 130, but it was like it was, you know, 85 or something, and you know, you're not supposed to bake above 78. You're like, no, right? I mean, it's not. But it came home and just sheets of it like peeled off the ceiling. It was horrible. Oh my God. And I've never been able. Like I could never. It's like I tried like the lines that it created. Temperature requirements. So it's just not last actually. Oh, nice. So it's just it's not a it actually it got some fair dry even by the time we left. Yeah. So is it like a texture paint or a next surface, or do you put sand on? So for any of the for all the steps, I just have sand. I wait till I put on the rough paint. And then there's a section where to get the formula out, everything else is just flat. But it's flat, and so it's yeah, I don't think we have. Yes, I it's one yeah, I like that was like fun. When we should I just went it's like no, let's not just do the first. Yeah, we just like figure out just so they can cancel school. And like those people say that running for public office, like what kind of representative of that is that? Like you think all government employees are just really schmoozers, and so you want to be one too? It's like no, thank you. Like I don't want to vote for you. Like heck, they just think they're going to draw a big salary and not do anything. It's like what the heck? Like why should we vote for that? No, I have not met one. We didn't know, like, if we could die by some crazy on us, then it made sense to have some caution. Like, I had some students who better in that whatever. But the idea that we wouldn't want to safety things, like, what's the chance? What about rats in schools? What about asbestos? What about the roof about to collapse? Like, wouldn't you have wanted the people who are in? Because I think it's pretty much the Austrian.
All right, board, let's get started. All right. Next item on the agenda is the Equity Strategic Plan Report.
I'm back.
All right.
Wow, I really hate to follow that last presentation. Yeah, any presentation that involves students are the best ones. And I think I would have brought my students tonight that are related to this presentation, but I hope they're in bed. I hope they are. So I wanted to say good evening to you all. Good evening, board, chair, Superintendent Dr. Bragan. I'm here to present the update for the strategic plan. And the focus for tonight is the equity portion for pre-K, preschool. So as you can see, our results statement is to expand the Virginia Preschool Initiative VPI and local pre-K program to increase the number of students being served. And our first action step here was to collaborate with the Early Childhood Network of Early Childhood Agencies to expand VPI providers and increase access for all 4-year-olds. This is actually in progress because it's constantly ongoing. I, as a preschool administrator and at times the parent engagement administrator, we participate and collaborate with the ongoing meetings with the Early Childhood Network and also the Ready region of the United Way of Southwest Virginia. We meet monthly on the second Wednesday, so we have a meeting actually tomorrow. Through the Ready Region Coalition, we meet quarterly, and this year we've already participated in a self-reflection survey and received results from that in September, and that is for the whole New River Valley. We've created and participated in the New Birth to 5 hub. That actually was launched this February, and this is a hub for the whole Southwest Virginia, where families can go to this particular hub and can find any pre-K opportunities in the whole Southwest Virginia, including the New River Valley. We also have just completed in a family engagement self-assessment that was done in February for family engagement opportunities for the whole Southwest Virginia and the New River Valley. And we're actually in the process of planning and creating a service provider flyer that will also have application information, and that is supposed to be ready by April of this year. Our next action step is to coordinate through the Early Childhood Network of Childhood Agencies, a parent school readiness resource using VDOE guidance. We completed this actually last year, year 1, and we have the readiness flyer here linked. We have this flyer in English, Spanish, and Arabic so that we can communicate that to all of our high flyer languages in the community. The next action step is to use the same network, the Early Childhood Network of Childhood Agencies, and other services such as mental and physical health organizations and providers, and local social services department to distribute a parent kindergarten readiness resource and an outline of the VPI program available to MCPS and the application process. This project is also still in process. We are working on that currently. We have right now, we have a group that has worked to create a form, and organizations in the New River Valley are updating or submitting information into that form so that we can gather information for this flyer. We are also, like I said, the new Birth to 5 hub that was just launched in February will also be a resource that we'll be able to put this information on the hub. And this hub is reaching thousands of people in the area. The next action step is to expand the VPI recruitment procedures to include social media contact. That was completed also year 1 last year. So I work very closely with the Director of Communications and Community Relations, Brenda Drake, to advertise through social media.
And we, of course, we make sure that the information is secured on our social media Facebook site, our Facebook and our Twitter page, and we get that out and we try to launch that sometime in February, where our applications are usually ready to roll by the end of January. We also ensure the application information is put on a flyer and we send that home and distribute it through report cards and through Peach Jar, and that's usually done in March. Of course, we always have ongoing efforts and we're constantly including this information through social media throughout the school year. This next action step says to align with state guidance to increase the number of students served in each four-year-old classroom and the number of VPI providers. We are in process of this. This is always ongoing. So as the administrator of preschool, I am always keeping knowledgeable about the state guidance and the state legislation, and I work with school and community to help expand our four-year-old program. We have partnered with the United Way of Southwest Virginia, the Ready Region, and we've expanded our four-year-old program here in the New River Valley through the Mixed Delivery Grant. We've actually been able to expand this through more than 50 slots of additional preschool students in our local provider locations at Rainbow Riders, Valley Interfaith Child Care Center, and Virginia Tech Child Development Center. We also are partner with the New River Valley Community Head Start to provide a blended four-year-old program at Margaret Beeks, and in that program we have non-VPI students and non-Head Start students in that program. There's always ongoing collaboration, meetings to look for opportunities for partnering and blending funds to expand our classrooms. And right now we are currently looking at possibly expanding and adding another classroom at the Auburn community, at Auburn Elementary School. We're hoping that the budget can come through for that, and that's going to be really helpful for that community because they do have a lack of preschool programs in that community. And I participate in ongoing VOA meetings and webinars for VPI coordinators so that I can keep abreast to anything that's going on and any new initiatives that we can use for expansion. Our next action step is to assess the feasibility of participating in the VPI three-year-old pilot program. We did complete that in year one. We did a feasibility, and what happened with that, we conducted a three-year-old program interest survey with 79 interested responses, and we went ahead and we applied for the three-year-old spots, and we were granted 45 slots last April, 22-23. We were not able to actually move forward and continue those classrooms because we did not have the local match in our budget last year. So that was a barrier. We're still looking at possibly trying to look at that for the coming year, 23-24. Keep in mind that transportation is always a big barrier when it comes to three-year-olds. Three-year-olds have to have 5-point harnesses while they're on buses, and they have to have an additional employee on the bus, an aide, to be on the bus with the bus driver. The 5-point harnesses aren't really anything that's keeping us from moving forward. That's not a big deal for us to be able to purchase. The big deal is getting employees for the school buses. So that's also something that we're looking at. So this next action step is to conduct a division-wide four-year-old pre-K program needs and cost assessment. That includes identifying the number of students who qualify but are not serviced by existing VPI four-year-old program, to look at resources needed in classrooms for such as classrooms, teachers, and curriculum materials, etc. Identifying the number of students who would be served if all four-year-olds were included in a pre-K program, and the resource needed to serve all MCPS four-year-olds. We did this needs assessment last year. We completed it in year one. We conducted a needs assessment and cost assessment to look at how we could expand this program and look at it as to serve as many of our four-year-olds we can possibly serve in Montgomery County Public School. And that needs and cost assessment, like I said, was completed in April of 2022. Okay, so that is the update for the strategic plan for preschool. Are there any questions?
It seems to me that, I mean, we've gotten some of these other presentations and some things, all your stuff is either completed or in progress, which seems to be a good sign. I mean, I know we've gotten other presentations from other groups where I think obviously there was more money needed and that didn't happen. Is that because of state funding and state?
Part of it is local. So state will give us an amount per pupil per slot that we apply for.
Okay.
With the 3-year-olds, actually with both programs, 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds, anytime you've got a state initiative that's being funded by the state, the local division has to local match that money. And last year, for instance, we had another struggle with our budget season, and we did not have that local match in our local budget so that we can move forward for those 45 additional 3-year-old slots. So that is something we are looking at this year. We are looking at avenues that we can maybe do that.
Okay.
I know every year it changes, but do you have an idea of how many 4-year-olds in any given year, an average, that we could possibly serve in Montgomery County if we had the funds and the personnel and places to have the programs?
Yeah.
Right.
I was waiting for you to say that one.
Right.
So a barrier is also the actual location to have the program. Well, with funds, it could be endless. With funds, we don't have to follow the state guidelines or the state qualifiers because the VPI program is a low income-based program. So the families have to actually qualify for low income to be part of that, or they have to show some other at-risk quality. We do have several students on our waiting list, though, that we could accept into a program if we had the space, if we had the slots, and if we had transportation needs. Right now, we serve 173 VPI students. Of course, when we have 9 additional Head Start students, and I did talk about the mixed delivery, we have over 50 mixed delivery students. If we are able to serve Auburn next year with that additional classroom, that would give us 18 more students just in that community. We do have some buildings that have some space, and I do want to pursue looking in those buildings in those areas first for adding additional classrooms. But we're kind of limited to space when it comes to some of those Blacksburg schools, such as Harding Avenue, Gilbert Linkus, even Margaret Beeks. It has a pre-K room, but we're not able to expand there because of space. So that would be our biggest barrier.
And the slots that we get.
And the slots. The state gives us the slots for 4s, and then we apply for the slots for 3s. When the state allocates our slots, then we apply for what we want to take, and we normally take all of them. We usually do not hold any back. We try our best to take them all that the state has given us.
And Emily, what are slots based off of? The number of slots we get for Montgomery County, what is that based off of?
It is based on the census data and poverty guidelines. So it's a lot of it is state driven, but it's also budget driven as well. It's a little combination of both.
Thank you for all your hard work with this.
Thank you. I want to see it grow, so I hope we can continue to add more classrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is the preschool curriculum adoption. Dr. Bragan, do you know who's presenting that? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is a first reading, I guess, of the adoption.
I'm here for questions if you have any.
Okay. So, board.
And Emily, just if there are people still tuned in or listen to it later, We previously had a preschool curriculum. And that was even during the pandemic that we adopted a new preschool curriculum. About the same time we adopted Benchmark, correct? But the state no longer supports the one that we selected. So that's why we're at this crossroads again. A year, yeah. Okay. And we make sure our preschool teachers are a part of this decision making? Okay. 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 Thank you.
All right, board, any questions?
I have a bunch of questions on this one.
Okay.
Cool. I'm going to be married to a former preschool director, so she and I sat down, went through this. We looked at the little video about the other curriculum and everything. So so that all looked really interesting. I guess, you know, I've only been a part of one curriculum adoption, and we're still talking about that one. So got a couple questions that just I didn't know to ask last time, but I guess in terms of the review process, for parents or anyone in the community, like how was that presented and handled, or was there one?
Yes, we did put that out for the community and for parents. We put it on our website and let them know that it was on site at the school board office for them to come look at the curriculums. We had all 3 curriculums out for them at that time. And then we also posted links, informational links for every curriculum that we were looking at. And we added that to the website, and we gave them about 2 weeks to overview before we brought the selection team back. And we did not receive any responses from the community.
Was it only posted on the website?
It was posted on the website, was it?
But was it only posted on the website? Was it also shared through social media or anything like that?
I'm
Or is that not typical?
not remembering. We don't typically, with textbook adoptions, share them on our social media channels. We did with pre-K do a news release item on the website, so it also went to every school website. That's the distinction there. So that's a container that we can put something in one time, and then it will propagate down to the. So it was on the division site on the homepage. So there is a textbook adoption page where the information is, but we also had it on the homepage of the division site and on the homepage of every single school site.
Gotcha. Great. Awesome. Thank you.
I did have a few parents or community members look at it because some of the rights were set where they couldn't view. That was my fault. And they had to ask for the rights to view. So I had to go in and change all the rights. So I know that we had folks looking at it because I did have to change the rights so folks can get in.
Go. Just a couple more questions. In going through the video, it seemed like there was some amount of digital content available. Is this like a study scene kind of thing where everything is driven through like an online thing, or is that just additional resources that teachers
That's just
can leverage?
additional resources. The majority of the resources is actually theme-based, and it's through manipulatives, books, resources. It is skills, very, very skills-driven. This program is. It's more skills-driven than the other programs that we looked at. And the teachers are going to really teach and instruct through an interactive basis with their students. It's not through the computer. Gotcha. The computer are like additional stories that can be listened to over, that's digital, or a home family connection that's digital that families can actually get into. And then there's some assessment scoring pieces that's also digital. But the main one of the main things that we are actually doing right now in pre-K is called the class observation tool. I don't know if you're aware of that, but each of our preschool teachers get 2 observations a year, one in the fall and one in the spring. And this tool is measuring the teacher-child interactions with students. And this Scholastic Pre-K On My Way program has superb alignment of showing how the curriculum is not a lot of teacher talk. It's a lot of interaction with peer-student interaction, but also teacher-child interaction.
Awesome, very cool. Last question, and I'll be done. In terms of the level of fidelity that the teachers have to kind of stick to as a part of the curriculum, is this like do they have flexibility in terms of how to use these resources, or is it kind of like a here's how you got to do it kind of deal?
They do have flexibility. They have a curriculum that they're using now, which Marty Graham mentioned is retired. We purchased it, and within 6 months of the purchase, they retired the program, which was very unfortunate for us. But it'll be the same as what we've done with that curriculum. We receive lots of instructional resources from the State Department. One is called Stream 3 that we are looking at participating with, and then one is the Early Childhood Educational Hub. And through those resources, and also there's a My Teachstone site, which is where they receive lots of ideas for the interaction tool that they're measured with. They can go to all of those resources and then embed that within the curriculum that they are using.
Okay. Great, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next item of business is a schools safety survey. I believe we have a presentation from Mr. Garrettson.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Bragan. I am pleased to share some results from our recent safety survey and offer some recommendations for the board to consider. This is a follow-up from an earlier presentation at your February 7th meeting. We did distribute a safety survey as part of our strategic plan. It was actually from the learning environment section of the strategic plan. I'd like to go ahead and thank Doug Wickham for helping me write the original draft of the survey. We shared information about the survey itself at your last at the meeting a month ago, where we shared those questions with you to be able to take a look. Told you we'd bring back data and recommendation tonight. We opened the survey originally on January 27th. It was scheduled to close February 10th, but we were concerned already that we didn't see a lot of student responses. So the board and Dr. Bragan recommended we keep it open a few days longer, which we did. So the survey officially closed February 15th. You can see we had almost 4,000 responses total. We had 912 written comments, and that's after we clear out all the no thank you, NA, nothing else. Those are true written comments. We're very pleased with that, and we'll speak to that a little bit later in the presentation. The efforts to include students paid off. 1,740 students, 45.9%. We really want to thank our secondary administrators for really pushing those last couple days to get some student responses. 1,417 parents or guardians responded, 563 school-based staff. I think it's important to note those are individual employees who associate themselves with a specific school. I'm a principal, I'm a classroom teacher. We also have 71 other employees, other staff members. That could include bus drivers, that could include central office folks who typically are serving all schools and don't just count ourselves as just a part of one building. And then additionally, 45 community members. That could be a grandparent, that could be a member out in the community who maybe has an interest in safety because of their background, or it could be just like some of the folks who came up and spoke tonight, concerned citizen who want to express themselves in terms of schools in their community. We asked on the survey, we gave a list of various options or priorities. We asked individual responders to rank them 1, 2, and 3. We gave them 3 choices. So what I share with you here, we actually share 4. I'll explain that a little bit. These were the top priorities selected as number 1. So the priority receiving the most, number 1 votes, is install a locking door on all classroom spaces. And you can see that was 549 selections. Second behind that was an SRO assigned full-time at every building, 547 selections, so you can see very close. Install door barricade systems for classrooms, 417. And install metal detectors at main entry points to schools, 415. That's why we gave you 4 instead of 3, is because they're very close, very, very close in terms of 4,000 respondents. Just to take a look at it another way, we basically said, well, what would happen if we took those priorities that were ranked consistently, 1, 2s, and 3s? Let's add up total votes for all. We get the same responses. I won't read all those to you again. You can see, but we get the same top 4 once again. You see, again, they're very close in terms of their numbers over the number of respondents we had. So you get kind of the same top 4, just a little bit of a different order if we sort them that way. We want to talk a little bit about recommendations, and then we just submit these to the board for your consideration. We want to be sure that we're doing the work that the board wants us to be doing. So based upon survey responses, we do have 4 recommendations we'll share tonight. Recommendation number 1, we would recommend, based upon the survey responses, that the board go ahead and direct division staff to review costs and other considerations necessary for installing a locking door on all classroom spaces. And I know to many outsiders, they probably hear that and they think, gosh, that's a no-brainer. What are you talking about? What do you mean spaces that don't have locks? We talk about that a little bit there in the next section, where we talk about these are classroom spaces in buildings that have open concept designs, right? They don't. It's not that they don't have locks per se. They don't have doors in the opening, in the walkway. We still have several buildings with open concept designs. We've got some situations where there are adjoining rooms we want to take a look at to make sure those locks are there between 2 classrooms. And we also want to talk about those spaces not originally designed as classrooms. So perhaps I'm a drama teacher teaching in the auditorium. We want to be sure that we're able to lock those doors as well. We want to state very clearly that this project, based on the information I just shared, would absolutely include design and construction elements as well. Okay, so it's not just let's hang some doors. There would be some architectural work. This would be on par almost with you could almost consider it renovation in some of these buildings. Just to give you a little bit of information, we tried not to spend tons of time on this till the board directs us, but we did try to pull together some quick information to be able to share with you. We think that's going to be approximately 40 spaces or 40 classrooms. $1,500 just for the door, the jamb, and the locks, right? So $60,000 on those spaces before you do any kind of renovation work. And I know the board is very familiar with renovations that we've done recently. Christiansburg Elementary School is a good example with that back hallway. We had to do this type of renovation down that back hallway to put a door on all of those rooms, okay? And I'll have time for questions at the end if that's okay with the board. Recommendation number 2, again, based upon survey responses, we recommend that the school board consider requesting SRO support at every school. That would be in coordination, of course, with other local government bodies, right? And we go ahead and say estimated cost to division is 0, although we know nothing is free. We know that cost is being paid for through the towns or through the county. And I also understand that some of that work is already happening. Those communication pieces are already happening. But again, based upon our survey responses, this is something we would ask the board to consider. Recommendation number 3. We recommend that the school board direct us to review costs and other considerations necessary to install barricade systems for classrooms. That review would include a number of things. We would have to work with our local fire marshal to meet code requirements. We would have to select from a variety of barricade options. We haven't taken the steps to say a particular product yet without the board's direction. Identification of classroom spaces that would require these systems, we could pull that relatively easy to get you some information. And there could also be some design and construction elements there based upon whatever barricade system was selected. Quickly, the facilities department was able to tell me that's about 1,105 rooms. Just pulling pretty quickly 3 options that are out there, 3 products that exist. There's an $18 product, a $75 product, and a $129 product. Again, multiply that across 1,105 rooms, you're looking at approximately, for the $18 product, $20,000, about $83,000 for the $75 product, $142,000 for the $129 product. Again, lots of questions still to be answered, and we would be looking for the board's recommendation or support if you want us to go down the road to proceed in looking further into this recommendation. Recommendation number 4, based upon the survey, we recommend the school board consider directing division staff to review costs and other considerations necessary to install metal detectors at main entry points to schools, right? This is, tonight's been a great example of the heavy decisions you guys have to make week after week after week. We understand these are more heavy lift topics. Our review here would include identifying, again, relevant fire codes, selecting metal detector options, analysis of ingress restrictions. Right now, we basically can get students coming into a high school in about 20 minutes. What happens to that when we start to put metal detectors in place? And then identifying those entry spaces that would require the systems. And it also is important to note that we're probably looking at additional staff requirements here as well, particularly at the beginning of the day where there's so much traffic coming in. We did link what I think is a good overview, a video from a school division, Santa Fe, Texas. It is a sales video, I'll say that up front, but it also talks about one school division's journey down this road. I think it's also important to note that their high school is about 1,400 students. And again, that's comparable to Blacksburg High School. Again, just for reference, before we go too deep, metal detectors, a quick look. You're looking at a metal detector unit being somewhere between $2,000 to $9,000 a piece. Again, back to this video, I believe this one high school had 8 metal detectors at the one school to facilitate multiple entrances and bringing in that volume of students. Those are our four recommendations for you to consider. The last piece here I would share on the slide is really just some leadership discussions that have been generated by the written comments. And again, I bragged last month, I'll brag again. I'm really pleased and really proud of the written comments that came forward. When you get this many responses, sometimes it's easy to put in rude remarks or just disrespectful remarks. We really got a great collection of true responses that I believe speak people's opinions, speak their hearts. They range across the board from, hey, our schools are already safe, we don't need this extra stuff, to, hey, my heart aches that we even have to make these decisions today, to, hey, remember, bullying and harassment are just as important as physical safety. So again, that's just a quick pull of what we've got coming in. But we did see some themes. And based on those themes, we're already doing some work there in terms of reinforcing our current safety expectations, making sure that we're not propping doors, making sure that we're using the buzz-in systems appropriately and correctly, making sure we're checking IDs. Those kinds of pieces, we kind of want to double down and reinforce those. Timely submission and completion of safety-related work orders, not just, hey, facilities, get this done as quick as possible, but also on the front end saying, when you've got a problem, submit it. Submit it as a concern. Don't let it wait for a long time. Get it submitted, and then facilities will respond quickly to get it fixed when it's safety related. We want to provide additional safety training opportunities to our staff. We heard from staff who responded in the survey, like some additional training. We heard from community members and students in the survey. We expect that our staff will have some safety training. I think it's important to note that all of our, well, I was going to say new, but also our veteran, there's really not a lot of coursework in college as you prepare to become a teacher based around safety. So we have to provide that and make that available to folks. We want to continue to review and assess our mental health supports like always, but we did see a lot of those comments in the written comments. We want to continue to review and assess student disciplinary processes. We did have a lot of comments in there as well that talked about taking threats seriously, that talked about not having a lot of a lot of extra chances for people who are aggressive, or who are mistreating others, or who are violent. So we want to continue to review and assess those pieces. We always walk that delicate line, that delicate balance between what's best for the individual student and what's best for their school community. And then the last piece I will just add, we did have a lot of comments about arm the teachers or allow teachers to carry. That was in there quite a few times, so we do want to go ahead and make a note that we saw those comments, but we also understand that Virginia Code is very restrictive on firearms on a school campus. That's more of a Virginia Code issue than something we can do as a school division. So I know it's gotten late. I tried to go through that quick and succinct, but I also tried to cover the main points. I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, board, any questions?
So the door barricades, so you talked about 3 different price ranges. What exactly do they look like?
There are different styles. And again, I just, without being directed by the board to go in depth with it, I just kind of pulled 3 quickly. One of them is a device that kind of fits between the door jamb and the door itself, kind of a wedge that goes near the locking mechanism. Another is kind of a latch. Well, the last 2 are kind of latches that go into the floor to kind of provide a barrier. And one is a little simpler, the other one's a little more robust. And again, we do have some concerns that we're really going to have to work closely with the fire marshal to make sure these are, that we've selected product that they can support and be agreeable to under Virginia Code. But those are the 3 we pulled quickly. If I remember correctly, after the shooting at the community college in the mall, I think one of their follow-ups was to make door barricade mechanisms in their areas. But those are the 3 I pulled quickly.
Appreciate that. So would those be, well, the ones in the floor, would those be easy for students to be able to put into place?
I think that's a concern, yes, ma'am. Particularly older students.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
With one of the comments being increased SRO staffing to a full-time position at each school, and just with there being funding around that, have we looked into, had someone come to me and ask me if we had ever looked into putting veterans that were out of work into, that could come help, because he was sharing with me a lot of veterans need a purpose, sometimes wounded, just someone that might be in a hall that could have just an extra set of eyes. Not saying that they're going to be a huge protection, but any extra set of eyes helps. Sometimes, have we looked into any kind of, not that could replace an SRO officer, I don't mean that in any means, but just alongside of that,
Sure. In my experience so far in a position, we haven't looked into that to a great degree. I will say volunteer type programs
something like that,
are included in some of the comments. I will also say, kind of as an add-on, this is not the same but related. Also a part of the strategic plan, we've got a push right now to involve mentoring programs. Again, I know that's not the same.
Oh, but yeah, that's the same
similar.
type idea, just having extra bodies in the school that could just see something, that might be escalating in a hall, and that could contact someone and saying, hey, we've got something happening here, need help, like I said, just an extra set of eyes. I didn't know if, when someone had came to me, I said, well, I'll definitely mention it if we had looked into it.
Jason, I think if you could check with your safety committee, I think this came up around April 16th or before that, when we had all those issues in Blacksburg. And I thought there was a liability issue, a being under an umbrella like a law enforcement, being hired by them, because I don't think we could hire them as something like an SRO. So check with the safety committee. I'm sure someone on there remembers discussing that.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought Ms. Bonds meant volunteers.
Yeah, I did. I was just talking about
But
it.
you are
Like I said,
exactly
in
right.
no regard of replacing
Okay.
SROs as a extra kind of thing, just as a
Okay.
volunteer situation, just to have, somebody at the door in the mornings to greet students. I mean, just that kind of thing.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
But you are right, Ms. Graham. When we
Okay.
get into, we have some options in Virginia to do nothing, SROs, or school security. And there are different guidelines for school security versus SROs. And so.
Right, 'cause
but-
they're trained
but
differently.
volunteers, just be volunteer.
Anyone else? One?
You want me to go or you go? You want me to go?
I was just, nope. Wait, who won
Go
that?
ahead. Go
Okay. I'll be brief. I'll just reiterate my concern from last time just about the metal detectors. I think it might be moot anyway. I think those feel pretty cost prohibitive based on what you were just saying. But I do appreciate that link to the video. I didn't see that when I first reviewed it. I would definitely want to go watch that again because I wanted to see how other schools kind of handled that, right? Just in my quick watch, it seemed like they were turning over cell phones, which makes sense. But they weren't turning over laptops, maybe because that division didn't have that. But we have Chromebooks, so that feels like a much more involved process. But if before I would ever consider that, I would love to see the survey break down a little bit in terms of the student responses to that specific question. Because again, that one is not like the others. That has very immediate impacts on students, and I would want to make sure that they're not getting lost in the other counts on that one.
I can tell you anecdotally, metal detectors were higher on the list before the student response. And the student response brought it down. I can say that
That doesn't surprise
anecdotally.
me at all. I've already heard students being anxious about even that as a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Me
I
too.
understand.
Anyway, sorry, Dana, go ahead.
So thank you for all of this. I have been pounding my fist on this since I got on the board, so I know this has been a big thing, and I've been proud to be a part of the safety committee and team. I am glad to see that we had such an overwhelming response by the students. I was a little concerned in the beginning, but since we've had our principals and our administration push that, and my daughter did do it because I made her go online and do it, and she talked to several friends, and I think I would love for all of them to have done it, but I think we've got a good percentage. I'm just happy that we've had so much percentage of the population and the community that has taken a response in this. It just shows me that the community as a whole, whether you're a parent, a teacher, a student, everyone is concerned about our safety of our students and our staff. I can tell you from what I saw at the Board of Supervisors meeting last night that I am pleasantly happy that the board wants to have an SRO in every school, and they are totally backing the schools on safety. This is going to be something that is being dealt with between the Board of Supervisors and the Christiansburg Town Council now. I know we have an SRO in every school in the county, which I'm very proud of about that. Kudos to my husband for that. And I do know that after last night, that whatever they decide on that I know that Montgomery County Sheriff's Office is going to step up, and they will make sure that we have SROs in every school. And it seems to me like the Board of Supervisors has no problem funding that. So I was just very happy to hear that. And a thank you, shout out to the Board of Supervisors and the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office for being so involved and being so taking care of our students and our community and our staff. So thank you.
A couple questions for me. How many total choices were there on the survey? I'll look through the presentation.
Sorry, I did not bring the full list with me this time.
That's okay. I
There's
mean, was it like
probably
8? Was it
12.
like 15 or?
No, it was a whole
12?
page.
It was a lot.
Some other examples, just from memory, would include increased cameras in the hallways, increased cameras on school buses, vape detectors, double entry doors. What else? That's from memory.
Okay. So it seems that the SRO, the number 2 priority anyway, according to your presentations, is something that we're already doing. As far as the locks on the doors and the barricades, is it the situation that the barricade is like a superset of? I mean, I understand obviously what a lock is, but I mean, if we decided to look into and do barricades, could that be an alternative? Like, is that a stronger deterrent than a lock? In other words, like, is it, or would you have to have locks first and then barricades?
The biggest issue in recommendation 1 for locks on all classrooms really addresses those spaces that ultimately don't have a door. And again, it's primarily the open concept design buildings where you'll go down a hallway and spaces do not have doors. So that's what makes this a bigger project, number 1, because it's not just installing a lock, it's installing everything that goes with the door and the lock. And then the thought or the feeling, and I do think, again, anecdotally, many of our responses for barricades stemmed from staff responses and student responses who just feel like that additional piece, if we have to be in a room in a lockdown type situation, the door lock's great, but would it be good to have something additional as well? And again, it's one more layer of protection. It also means in, I think, every example I've looked at, it's one more thing for the teacher to do at the door.
All right. What's the wish of the board on this? Is this something we want to chew on? Is this something you want to direct staff to get any additional information?
I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm ready to get started on it. I think we're behind it as it is. I say we go ahead and get started on asking them to bring back figures on the cost and stuff of what the 3 of the ones that they had listed.
Anyone else?
I'll be fine with getting started, at least on the top 3. I'm not sure about that 4th one, at least not for me, but.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I
I
agree
would
with
say
that,
let's charge Jason with collecting some specifics on those top 3.
Yeah, and I do think it's important, somewhere in your presentation here, you talked about, doing design, and I guess there are different, at some point, I would also like to get the input of, of Dr. Bragan and of yourself and other staff. I mean, there's different ways to do this. One way we can, obviously, one way we've been doing this, of course, is when we do remodels or when we do a new building, we incorporate some of that stuff. Like you mentioned, some of the schools are going to be harder than others. I think about Harding being one of the open concept schools, that is, next on the list for a renovation. Do we, invest in doing something there, or do we wait until the renovation? So, there's a lot of moving parts, but I do think it might be worth at least doing some throwing around some exploratory numbers and seeing what you think about some of those options.
I don't think we can wait to the renovations. We're talking 8 years.
Well, it depends. Yeah, I mean, it depends on when the
I think
renovations
we should
start.
look
Safety
at
of our students.
I think we should look at Christiansburg High School. I know we've got a high dollar amount on that, or I don't technically think it's high for a renovation, but I think that's the earliest one to try to incorporate some of these things into, because if we don't, we're just going to have to go back and reincorporate it into it. So I would consider incorporating that into the CHS renovation.
I'm guessing they maybe already have,
Yeah,
Annie?
that was my
Have
assumption.
they incorporated safety measures into CHS?
Yes, they have included some, but some of these items that we are talking about are not things that would be on that list. So, the door barricade, of course, every room would have a locking door, so that is certainly going to be on that list. But in terms of like the barricades, those type of items are not included at this time. But we are still in the phase where we could do whatever we needed to do in that
Could
way
add
still.
that in, so, okay.
Absolutely.
So I agree with Sue as far as our buildings where they are open. And that's where I would be most interested to see what we could do at this point. Because in my head, I'm just like, how do you secure something if it doesn't have doors?
Yeah.
So I'd be very interested to see what we can do in those situations. And in large spaces, like you said, stages, gymnasiums, what do we do in those situations? Band rooms.
Okay, I think, are you clear on our wishes?
I understand the direction
Okay.
is to pursue recommendations 1, 2, 3. Is 4 in that list as well?
No, I think it's just 1, 2, 3, and just to pursue, I think some pricing and
Yes, sir.
possible
Yes, sir.
early plans.
Yep, I'm information gathering at this
Okay.
point, and we'll come back to the board.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you.
and on the door stops, the barricades, I know that we looked into this previously and the fire marshal didn't approve them. They had issues.
That has to be the starting point. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Next topic is staffing update. I don't see Danny, but I see Amanda. There we go.
Yep, no Danny.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Bragan. Mr. Knott is attending the Virginia Association of School Personnel Administrators Conference, so he's out of town. So in his absence, I will be giving you the monthly update on staffing. We'll start with our certified employees. So these are our current vacancies we have for certified positions. Currently, we have a Director of Elementary Education position that is open. That job was posted. Candidates have had the opportunity to apply, and so we are in the hiring process for that position. With Mr. Pauly's recent retirement, last week we posted for the Director of Secondary Education, so we are accepting applications for that position. We currently have an open gifted resource teacher position at CMS and are accepting applications for that. We currently have 3 open reading specialist positions, one at CMS, one at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School, and then a split position at Auburn High School, Shawsville Middle School. And we are currently accepting applications for all 3 of those positions. And then special education teachers, we have an open position at Auburn Middle School, a part-time position at CPS, and a part-time position at Margaret Beeks that we are currently accepting applications for. So again, those are our vacant certified positions. Our vacant classified positions, so we have an open Director of Facilities position that we are currently in the hiring process for. We have 2 administrative assistant positions that are open, one at CMS. The position at CMS, we are well into the hiring process there. And then we have one, a very recent one at the school board office, so we are in the process of getting that posted tomorrow so that we can start accepting applications for that. Our last 6.5-hour bus driver position, we are well into the process of hiring for that, so I anticipate that will be completed very soon. We also have 2 open bus aide positions that we're accepting applications for. Eastern Montgomery Elementary School has 2 instructional aide positions that they are accepting applications for. We currently have 6 lunch recess aide positions. However, we did host a classified job fair last Wednesday and had several qualified applicants attend. So currently there are 3 candidates in the hiring process for 6 of those positions. And we've communicated with principals from those schools if they were not able to attend the job fair. So I anticipate we may very soon have some additional applicants in the hiring process for those positions as well. Christiansburg Elementary School and Gilbert Linkus have kind of part-time lunch recess aide positions that they're accepting applications for. And then Eastern Montgomery Elementary School has a preschool initiative aide that we are accepting applications for. Additionally, EMES has an open clerical aide position. As a result of our job fair last week, Eastern Montgomery Elementary School is in the hiring process for both of their open special education ed positions. In our facilities department, we still have an open carpenter position, construction project manager position, and 2 HVAC positions. So we are in the process of accepting applications for all of those positions. Custodians, that's the area where we have the greatest need right now and have the most vacancies. So currently there are 12.5 open positions. There are 2 candidates in the hiring process right now. And Robbie Jones, who's our custodial manager and oversees and coordinates the interviews for hiring custodians, is also actively looking at other applicants. So I'm hopeful that within the next week there may be 2 more. We have an open school nurse position that we are well into the hiring process for at Shawsville Middle School, and then a vehicle mechanic that we also are in the hiring process. And then lastly, I just want to give you an update on our substitute fill rate. So we are moving in a very positive direction in terms of filling substitutes. We are averaging 92.22% for teacher fill rates, and that is since winter break. So we're moving in a positive direction, and even the fill rate for our aides position, while 86.86% doesn't look very impressive, it is much better than it was before break. So we really have gotten to the point where we're at pre-pandemic fill rates for those positions. And we currently have 500 active substitutes. And that doesn't include the substitutes that we'll be adding this month. Tomorrow we have our substitute orientation. So we have additional candidates coming to that. We've scheduled a second one for March 22nd. So we have many student teachers who we are in the process of bringing on as substitutes. So by the end of the month, we're going to have 545 substitutes in our system, which is probably the highest number we've had in a number of years.
Okay.
So do you have any questions?
Board?
Okay. So the custodians, well, I'll just say overall. So it would be helpful for me when we get the updates, if we could get like where we were the month before, or if the numbers have changed up or down. I've gone back and forth and kind of looked, but then even as the day comes for the board meeting, you all have made progress or things have changed, and then what we get may look different from there. So it'd be helpful for me to be able to track better where we're at, because, you know, it's easy to see that the carpenter and other folks where it's just one person, 1 or 2, but our custodians and aides, it would be nice to know that. And again, if we pay people, it may work better.
I was going to ask about the custodians as well. Do you know offhand how many custodians we would typically have at BMS or BHS?
So at BMS, a full staff would be 8, 6 night and 2 day. And at BHS, I think it's 9.5. So those are where we have the most vacancies.
Yeah.
One thing we're going to be doing is we have been relying on a generic posting. We have a generic day custodian posting and night custodian, and most of our needs is in the area of night custodian. So for our schools where we have particularly a number of vacancies, we're going to post school-specific postings and see if we get more traction.
Okay.
We're also in the process of going back and looking at all of our previous applicants, going back like a year or 2, reaching out, contacting those individuals directly to see if they may still be interested. So we'll let them know where there are vacancies and what the current pay rate is. We've had limited applicants for custodians. Our job fair we had last week was well attended for people interested in lunch recess aide positions, for special education aide positions. We were able to fill a number of those. And even though we had reached out directly to the current custodian applicants, we didn't have any attend that fair. So again, that is our greatest area of need in terms of filling vacancies.
Thank you so much.
Have you looked at, for the temporary needs we have, especially for that late afternoon hours where it's not real envious to work? temporarily contracting with the service to provide that so we can get the buildings, up to par as far as cleanliness?
So we have not, up until this point, we have not done any type of outsourcing or contracted with a third party to try and fill those positions. That is certainly something we can look into. Other school divisions do that. For example, I think Roanoke County, they currently outsource for 25 of 27 of their schools. But there are organizations who kind of specialize, almost like a temp agency, where they can specialize in helping us supplement, not for all our positions, but just for a designated number of positions. So that's certainly something that we could look into, and I could bring more information back.
Yeah.
With our experience with outsourcing already, I would have some reservations with that. Because having control of our own employees and understanding where conversations are at is always better. Being able to understand what their needs are and how we can make those better, I think is always a good thing. I have real concerns around outsourcing any more than what we are. So if we pay employees more, and if we make sure that our employees feel like they are needed and valued, that also can help the situation too. Because unfortunately, what I've heard from some custodians is that they don't feel like, or basically have been told, they're not a part of the family in buildings, and that's not a good thing. So there's some things that we might be able to do to help the situation, that we can do to help the situation.
Would that not be a viable choice?
On temporary situation?
Yes.
Yeah, because we have had to do that when our numbers have dropped so low that we may have just one custodian in the building to get in and clean those buildings to make sure. But it's just, for a day or two or for a weekend. But
Yeah, that's what I was talking, that's what we were talking about, not permanent, absolutely not.
And I will add that our supervisor of facilities and our custodial manager are working on an overtime schedule. So where we have shortages in buildings, we have some of our current custodians who are working overtime, and they're working on an overtime schedule weekly to look at the needs and the shortages in buildings. Sure.
That's not.
So it does seem, this has been a chronic enough thing that it does seem, I don't know how much Bernie or the budget accounts for any of that, or if we have some options going forward. But Amanda's already mentioned some things that they're trying, but I also do think that we maybe want to consider some other possibilities to,
Well, I think it's a two-pronged approach. I agree with what Ms. Franklin said. We want to make sure these employees feel valued. And just along those lines, I feel very valued. I try to make them feel very valued. And Dr. Wickham and I interview every employee that we hire, especially people in support positions such as custodial, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, aides, and things like that, because they do the hardest work and they often get the least amount of money. So we meet with every one of them and try to let them know, hey, you're a critical and valuable part of this organization. Because if you're absent and you're not there, we recognize that right away, right?
Yeah.
Superintendent's absent for a week, nobody notices, And I say that half jokingly because, on the front lines, like our instructional staff, when those people are absent, it impacts the building. And as we walk some of these buildings with a significant amount of custodial absences, you see that cleanliness and sanitization isn't what it needs to be. I wouldn't want my children in some of those spaces that aren't clean, and if it's not okay for Bragan's kids, it's not okay for all yours. So I think if there's a short-term solution to contract out, get somebody in there until we find people to fill those positions, that's a viable option. And as far as the funding, I didn't talk to Dr. Whitaker, but if we have positions that are open that currently aren't being filled, that we've already budgeted, there's money there. Again, I didn't discuss that with Dr. Whitaker, the nuts and bolts of that, but I think it's worth looking into, at least in the short term, to get these buildings sanitized for the next couple months.
I'm sure he was already, sorry, sure is already considered, but, you know, in terms of the awesome idea that y'all had with the bus drivers, with, you know, the full-time with benefit options, is anything like that possible with custodians, or?
So our custodians are 12-month employees who currently are eligible for benefit options.
Okay, gotcha.
Their current starting pay, so our day custodians, the starting pay begins at $13.52 an hour for day custodians, and for night custodians, it's $14.05 an hour. That's the starting pay.
And that's the problem, right there. That's the whole problem. I mean, if we can outsource temporarily, I don't see where you're going to be able to hire somebody for $13 an hour, even temporarily. I might be wrong, but, you know, so if we can put the money toward that, why can't we put the money toward that position a little, you know?
I think that's a long-term solution that we have to look at as well. You know, if the market drives what people are willing to do for what, you know, we pay them.
Correct.
And that middle shift, I may have the times wrong, but like the 2 to 10 shift, whatever that is, that's a tough time of day. People typically don't want to work that shift. So you have to make it worthwhile for them. But then we have employees currently working for that amount. So it's a larger fix than just raising the incoming salary or giving somebody a signing bonus, because then what about the people that started in September?
Correct.
Right? And what about the people that are on the bottom steps right now?
Yeah.
I think it's a problem we have to look at, and we tried to address it in our budget, and this board did support it. But, you know, I didn't get that same warm fuzzy feeling from the Board of Supervisors last night going out at 73 cents. I'm just saying on the record.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Dr. Bragan, it's been a problem for a long time, and you've walked into it, right? So I'm gonna keep saying it. It is about the money. It is. If you want someone to work odd shifts, another $1 an hour doesn't necessarily get it. It may have happened with folks some years ago, but it doesn't now. It just doesn't. And part of that is there's not the mindset is there are other jobs and I can just go someplace else. I deal with it every day on my job. People just go because I can just go someplace else. So we have got to do something to make these jobs more attractive. The money is a big one. Making sure they feel they're part of the family in those buildings, and whatever else it takes. And then maybe that's sitting down and talking with them. I know I've talked about the schedule and how much time they're giving to clean spaces, because, and I think you all said you all were working on re-looking at that, the amount of time that they're giving to clean a classroom.
That's something that the custodial manager would be working on.
Okay, but yeah, we've got to look a whole lot deeper to see what we can do here.
Okay, I think that's what Dr. Bragan's gonna go do. I think we need to move on to the next agenda items. I've got Morgan. I've got grant proposals here. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
I got the first grant proposal is implementing design build training through virtual reality. Is that Mark that's presenting?
Okay, he can answer
Yeah,
questions.
he doesn't, yeah.
I motion that we approve the grant proposal implementing design build training through virtual reality.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? All right, Ms. Woods?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion concerning the next grant proposal?
I motion that we approve the grant proposal supporting paraeducators pursuing special education licensure.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. This is going to be awesome. Sorry,
That's all right.
we'll get more teachers in.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. There are no items of unfinished business, so I'm going to move on to new business. Any items of new business, board?
Yes, I have one, and I know it's late, so you just have to forgive me. But I've gotten some emails, and when I talk about this sport, I'm not disregarding any other sport, but our girls softball and baseball fields need some attention. They're begging for dirt and sand. These teams are the only teams that have to get out there, and their students and players have to work on the fields. They're the only groups. And I know for a fact they spend multiple hours. And I know at Christiansburg, we're getting ready to lose somebody who spends 20 and 25 hours a week on that field. And we're going to be in a heap of mess when he does stop. So we're going to have to take a long look. And I know someone reached out to me about Eastern Montgomery girls softball, needing dirt, needing sand. And, you know.
Well, the BHS one isn't even playable right now.
Then that's something we need to do. You know, we might not have a child that plays on those fields, but to those families and those kids, it's as important as any other sport.
So is that something that we can have Dr. Bragan assess and come back
We need to do something.
some way with a, I mean, I don't know that we need to put it on the agenda, but let's give them a chance, give the staff a chance to assess the situation.
I've already become a little bit of aware of it from individual conversations at some of the building principals, and, you know, Dr. Whitaker and I are working on it. One of the things that's foreign to me that I'm not comfortable with this methodology from where I come from is that the buildings themselves and the schools would pay for different things that it didn't come from the central division. So there's a question about, you know, if this building has more funds than this building, do you pay for your infield mix? Do you pay for your lines? Do you pay for your, you know, filtration of the water, whatever it is? Dr. Whitaker and I are committed to working that out, and it's on our high priority list because there were some fields, as you know, even the track at Eastern Montgomery, it's deplorable, right? So how are we doing that? How are we planning for that? You know, are we dedicating funds on an annual basis for maintenance so we don't get to this point where they're all in such disrepair that they need $20,000, $30,000 immediately just to be playable? So we'll put something together and come back to you all, but I think what Dr. Whitaker and I were going to focus on and having long-term plans and clearly delineate who pays for what.
Right.
Is this a division cost? Is this a school-based cost? Right now, it's kind of helter-skelter, and, you know, we're trying to clean it up.
And it's been that way for a very long time.
Well, and if I may too, one of the things that I've heard, and this is just, I can't with any certainty say, but like Christiansburg High School baseball field is the only field that gets played on consistently. And Christiansburg High School is who has to keep it up. And so, you know, we need to look in some stuff like that too, because that's really an unfair, I don't know that any other field, nobody else plays on them, but the high school's teams. But that's not the way it is for baseball. So not that I want to stop any child from playing on any field. I think it's great, but there needs to be some help and upkeep because it's not fair to our students and programs at our high schools to have to keep these fields up when everybody else is enjoying the great things that we're providing.
I agree, and we're already on it. We'll come back to the board with that as soon as we can.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other items of new business, board? All right, we're on to announcements and information. Any announcements?
I have an announcement. Here we go. Last I'm talking tonight. I believe that every child should have the opportunity to receive a free, unbiased education with wraparound services that will provide them with the skills they need to become a successful, kind, and productive adult. Whether they pass a smile to someone each day or become the President of the United States, every child deserves the best education, best free education, and support available to them. I'm thankful for this amazing school division, the opportunities and services we provide students, and our devoted employees. This will be my last year on the school board. I will not be seeking re-election for District E. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate for the children of Montgomery County over the last 8 years.
Thank you, Marty. I know your district appreciates you. All right, upcoming school board meetings are on the agenda prep section of board docs for everybody to see. The whistleblower protection is going to be discussed at the next meeting. I think you had brought that up. And we need to go back into closed session. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss 2 personnel matters?
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. We're in closed session. Oh, we're almost in closed session. Hang on.
We need to make a motion. It's 20 after. Are we going to get done in 10 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
All right, yeah. Can we?
I make a
Motion to
motion that we
extend.
extend to 11:30. I mean, past 11:30. Second, anybody?
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
When you're ready, Morgan.
Huh?
Said when she was ready.
Did we make a motion? Did we second it? Okay.
Waiting for the we're waiting for the vote.
It just takes a second. No, it just takes a second to load it in. Just need a minute. I didn't.
Do you have a?
Oh, it moved my thing, that's why. Huh? Okay.
All I know is something happened to us. I'd
Got the
call my
motion.
IT guys and I'd have a new
It
one.
moved my thing. Sue and Jamie. Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Ms. Cass? Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes. Motion carries.
As long as we had a.